Cool. Oh.
We tried one of their other events that was more in the middle of COVID, but like we got there and it was all closed, and they put out like an event with the Florida Beer Company. They put out like posters like 2 days before, and we got there and it was like empty. We're like, what the heck is going on?
Wow.
And so I hope it. And then my wife found another one. Like they did another thing like last weekend. Since we all
Hey everybody, we're still setting up right now. We're gonna go ahead and begin promptly at 9 a.m. So you guys just sit tight, okay? It's gonna be a really good class.
Got it. And see if she has symptoms. And then she doesn't know where but work in the grocery store. And up in New York State, we have one there. So like she has no idea where she got it. And it's like, somebody can get it that doesn't go anywhere. And wears a mask, at the grocery store or whatever. But then it's like, I don't know if there's any way to avoid it anymore.
I feel like we're all gonna get it, but I don't know.
I do too.
My
Either we have and we weren't
That's right.
symptomatic. It's something,
So every Thursday, like last night, every Thursday I play poker with guys. We used to all live in California together for the most part. But now we're all spread out. And so we play on Zoom and online, we still play cash, but it's a two guys got it. Yeah, my cousin was one of them.
Hey, what's up, Chris? Let's see if this works.
I don't think so. When I did the online one, it was just.
Hey everybody, we're still setting up here a little bit, so we'll be with you in just a minute. Jeff Worm's in the other room right now. We started at 9.
Hi there, I got it. It's on your computer.
You got it. I don't know how you want to do this.
I don't know how we're gonna do this. I haven't done hybrid teaching yet, so.
Yeah, we're working together on that.
Good times.
We'll figure that out.
Hybrid teaching is gonna be interesting teaching.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Once you're done with this, I just have 2 quick questions for you.
What we're going to do is we're going to share screen and do it like that. I was thinking of sharing the screen so that the people on Zoom could see it like this.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then can you email me the
It's pulled up right on your desktop.
okay, I'll email it.
And then do me a big favor.
Yeah.
Can you just email me the instructor version?
That's funny. I've got the exact same, like, this is my setup, but I've got one just like that in my console copy too.
Well, that's water. So I'll drink. Normally I'll have a sausage, egg, and biscuit croissant. Jimmy Dean in the morning, and I'll have a cup of coffee, and then the rest of the day is water. So I'll fill that up probably 6 or 7 times a day. Just drink ice and water, and then every now and then I'll have, like, if I stop somewhere, I'll get an unsweet tea.
How's everybody?
Good, how are you?
Every now and then I'll.
Just COVID challenges.
Every now and then I'll grab a Pepsi, but
So over it.
most of the time, like.
Well, this is probably gonna, I imagine that hybrid training is probably not going away. So we got some people from the West Coast. Some of the people with our market centers are hopping on too. We'll get there one way or another. Can the people on Zoom hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Pull this up for a second. It's Jeff.Warren@kw.com, right?
No, just Jeff@jeffforum.com.
My issue was, I did all the self-study 6 months after go to like. So that's self-study.
I recently learned to write your.
Oh, yeah?
Trying to perfect pictures.
When we figure it out.
Got a lot of people joining us on Zoom. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You know each one of the questions is more simple ones, and I was getting like, morning, I was getting like 7, you have 75 pass, I'll do like 72, 70, 60, so like. So every time I came back out, I wrote down on a note card, every single question that I should know. And look it up, make sure I answer right. And so. 6 times in the trial.
That's not awful.
And then I did, yeah, so, yeah, my sixth try I passed.
Most of the stuff on it's like something that doesn't matter at all.
Exactly.
Like, maybe
Exactly.
We're gonna give all your friends a couple minutes to join us. You sent the email.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure like all the math questions, pretty much all those that. There were some law questions that I missed.
Let's see if she loads.
I spent hours.
Not bad.
Jeff@jeffwarren.com.
Jeff@jeffwarren.com.
Okay,
That's it. You had it right on that, the email you sent out to everyone else.
Yeah.
Keep admitting. Hey, we got 16 people on Zoom. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you on the Zoom machine, people?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How is everybody?
Awesome.
We got lots of people pouring in. This is fun to see. There she is. Miss America. Well, thank you all for being on time first and foremost. I appreciate that. We are about ready to rock and roll. Oh, we even have like the training room at the Gulfside Market Center. So we got even more people. You guys are just making my day. Okie dokie. All right, well, let's lay some groundwork. This is going to be a fun day. It's going to be an interesting day. We're going to help our people on Zoom learn. We're going to make sure the people in person learn properly. If you're on Zoom and you want to participate, please just talk, because I'm also teaching in front of the class. So I'm not sitting here monitoring the screen at all times. So just please interject. If I'm talking and you're talking, Zoom people, at the same time, I will stop talking so that I can hear your question. Is that fair? So the rule is you talk, I talk, Jeff stops talking, you finish talking. Is that cool?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because with I think we've got like 20, 25 people on Zoom. So I'm not going to be able to monitor like if you guys raise your hand and whatnot with me also teaching in person. So I appreciate you guys just jumping in. The room here is filling up nicely. This is the first time I've taught in person post-COVID, and we've got what 7 people and Tyler. So we have like 7 normal people and then Tyler. So that's fun. And I'm still admitting people in to Zoom. So we've got 25 actual sign-ins, plus I know that some of those locations are multiple people. So do me a favor. Let's get a sense of who we're working with here. Oh man, 2 more people. I have to keep hitting this admit button. So while I'm waiting for everyone to join in, actually, I'll tell you all who I am and what we're doing here. My name is Jeff Forum. I am a real estate professional in Tampa Bay, Florida. I run Team Borum as my real estate team. Last year, we closed 234 transactions for 68 million. This year, we're closed probably 210. So a little step back, about 65 million in production. That equates to last year was 1.8 million in GCI. This year, about 1.650 in GCI. I've been in real estate since 2005. I've done a lot of different things. I've done on-site sales via condo conversions, new construction. I've also done commercial real estate. And then I joined Keller Williams in 2012. And for the people in this room and anyone on the phone, you all know who Howard is. Howard was my first real estate coach back in 2012. Really got my career going. He got me plugged into going to Keller Williams training. Somehow he saw something in me, and I'm very grateful to him because of this path that I'm on. I went to every training that existed, even though I was a baby agent selling $2 million a year. In 2012, I went to Team Leader Boot Camp. I went to Recruit Select. I became an education junkie in the Keller Williams system, and then slowly started applying that to my business, and the business grew. And because of that, I have always wanted to give back to the Keller Williams world, which is why I'm here. In 2017, I was became a MAPS coach. So I was a MAPS coach for 1 year. I also, during that same time, became a KWU approved trainer, thus doing what I'm doing now with all of you. So that's who I am. Let's find out a little bit about who you all are. And if you're on Zoom, unmute yourself. Do not be shy. Just shout out, raise your hand, do something. I can't see all of you because I'm sharing my screen. So I'm actually going to stop sharing my screen for a moment. If you're just a little black square on my laptop here that I'm looking at, I beg you and plead with you to turn your video on if you are in a place that you can have your video on. It is much more fun for you, much more fun as an instructor. If I can see your face, I can see your reactions and so forth. So if you're in a place that you can do that, please turn your screen on. These are like, we have to do like the Zoom 101s for training, right? So for those of you in the room and on Zoom, if you've been in real estate longer than 10 years, raise your hand. I see you, Donna. Anybody else raise their hand? Well, we've got to admit 3 more people. Who knew? All right, if you've been in, I'm going to need you Zoomers to just shout out, just talk to me. I need your energy this morning. If you've been in real estate longer than 5 years, raise your hand. I need the Zoomers to talk. Like I need shouting. I need energy, right? We're gonna.
How about over 20 years?
6.5 years here.
There it is. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Over
All right,
20. Hate to
5
admit it.
years.
Between 2 years and 5 years, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah. So we have several people in the room and they're either new and or just around that 2 or 2.5 year mark, Jeff. So this is Sandy
Perfect.
from Gulfside. There's 6 people here.
Thank you, Sandy, and thank you for leading the way
You
over
got
there
it.
in Gulfside. Okay, if you're under 2 years, raise your hand.
Me.
New agents.
All right. So we got a good chunk of new agents. If you're a seasoned agent, I'm going to ask for your help today to give some experience, some stories, so that it's not just the Jeff Borum story time. As much fun as that is, that's not why we're here. We're going to learn a lot better when we all share, we all participate. And I, again, ask you, especially those of you on Zoom, stay plugged in because we're going to get a lot more out of this if you're plugged in. Yes, Susan, that is true. And I do have a chat. I've got this. This is going to be fun, this whole hybrid thing. So let's just jump in. Let's just figure out why are we here, right? If you look at page 1.1 on the big manual, and if you're on Zoom, if you need any materials or anything, ask in the chat room and we'll help you get it if you need it. Why are we here today? Why are we here? Where am I today, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go through this and just answer the questions on page 1.1. There's 9 questions for you to answer about your business today. So the question is, how much money do you need to pay for your lifestyle and get out of debt, right? In a reasonable amount of time. So that's not paying the minimums on your credit cards, people. This is how much money do you need to keep your current lifestyle and pay off any debt? And you can put that number in a monthly number, a yearly number, however your brain works. Put the number down that works for you. And then your business expenses annually, what does that look like? So remember, business expenses is anything that you pay to be in real estate that does not involve a cost of sale. And a cost of sale is a commission split with a brokerage, a commission split with a team, a referral fee paid. So anything that is not a commission payment is an expense. So what do your business expenses look like? And then what's your average commission amount? What's the average price point here in beautiful Cocoa Beach? $265. Okay. All right. So what are we putting down? About $6,000, $6,500 for an average commission. If you know what your number is, jot your number down. For my West Coast friends, right? You know, our average price point might be a little bit higher. I see, you know, some seasoned agents from over there. So if your average price point's $300, $350, put down what your average commission would be. And then how many listing appointments did you go on in 2020? How many buyer appointments? If you don't know the answer, put your best guesstimate. Let's at least have a ballpark of what we're looking at. And then how many did you close? How many listings did you sell? How many buyers did you sell? Does anyone have any questions?
Hey,
thus
Jeff, are you
far?
able to send the
You're
materials?
handling this just fine.
Yeah, are you able to send the materials in the chat?
When Tyler comes back in, I'll have him help me with that. Yes, sir. We can.
Okay,
post
thank
it in
you.
there.
Now, as a new agent, if we don't know the numbers, like the business expenses, are we just gonna leave that blank?
Put the materials in there. For the number of sold or gone on this past year, yeah, don't worry about that. So Tyler's gonna get the materials posted into the chat.
What about for your business expenses? You just started, so you don't know what it's gonna be.
Yeah, so even if you're brand new, right, we know what our base expenses are. We have MLS dues, we have Supra expenses. We have, if you're going to be taking listings, you know you're going to be having to buy lock boxes. We know that you're going to need a couple for sale signs. We know that there's professional photography, etc. You know, some base level marketing money for some boosted Facebook ad spend, things of that nature. So we can get a ballpark. I mean, no matter what, you're not going to be able to be a real estate agent even outside of any fees with KW or splits. I mean, you're going to spend $5,000 between MLS dues, lock boxes, signs, some Facebook posts. You know, you have to expect a $500 a month operation, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you for that number.
You know, I'm here to coach and sometimes just tell you if it's easier. All right, so there should be the participants materials should be in the chat now, so you can just download that. Thank you, Tyler. All right, so now that we know our numbers, that really helps us move forward. So now let's talk about where you're going. We're on page 1.3. What is causing you to take a day out of work to be here, right? I can tell you what the goals are of the course. The goals are simple. It's to understand the power of the 5 models of the MREA, right? That's the red book. Speaking of which, has everybody read the red book?
No.
No.
All right. I'm
3/4 of the way through it.
Yes.
So when I say read, listening does count towards that. I'm like following the laptop when the camera's over here. Listening does
Can't
count.
hear
That's
you.
synonymous.
Jeff,
I'm listening.
wherever you just were, or wherever you're at right now, we can't hear you.
I do need to follow the laptop. I'm back.
There you go. Now we can hear you.
All right. Hearing me is better than seeing me. At least that's what I've been told.
There.
We can see you.
You can see me now too, right?
Yes.
All
Well,
right.
the ceiling anyway.
There you are.
You know, we're moving up in
There
the
you are.
world over here in the Space Coast.
It's a prototype. hybrid
Hey,
class, so.
hey. I'll be the first to admit this is my first time teaching a hybrid class. So, you know, has anybody ever watched the originals or Vampire Diaries? You know, so there are hybrids that are half vampire, half werewolf, and it kind of gets funky sometimes, and yet you always get through it, right? And we're gonna be just like that. We're gonna get through it. There's a microphone too. Tyler. All right. Tyler's on it. So first and foremost, we're going to learn the 5 models of the MREA. Secondly, and frankly, maybe the most important is you're going to have a custom plan for what you're going to do. I always tell people, if there's only one thing you take away from business planning, take away exactly how many appointments you need to go on to hit your goal. We're going to do the economic model in a couple hours, and you really should be able to tell what you need to do to hit your financial goal. And then you're going to initiate a plan of execution. And what's awesome about Keller Williams is whatever layer of accountability you need, no matter where you are in your business, you can have it. I can tell you, has anybody ever had Jake Youngcarelli as an instructor?
I think.
Probably some of the
we have in this office, yeah.
And I'm sure some of my West Coast friends have as well. When Jake was a brand new agent, I was, I was an established agent, and yet I was looking to break through, to the next level. And I saw that Jake was willing and eager and wanted to learn. So him and I partnered and became peer accountability partners. So even though I had a professional coach, I also added another layer of accountability, and Jake and I met in the Palm Harbor training room to lead gen together every single day. And that's the year that my business went from 34 transactions to 85 transactions, right? So peer accountability is massive, because are you going to show up? Is that working now? I think
so, yeah.
So you're going to show up better for someone else than you are yourself. Did you all realize that? Right? There's a famous phrase that we judge ourselves by our intentions and we judge others by their actions, right? So we're not going to let other people down, yet we're let ourselves down because, oh, well, I meant to call 20 people or talk to 20 people today. Oh, I meant to talk to 40 people. I talked to 12 though, and that's pretty darn good, right? Has anybody ever been there, or just me? It's just me? Okay. My Zoomers don't want to admit that they are included in that. Is it okay that I call you all Zoomers? I'm
like,
gonna start calling you guys just little black boxes soon if you don't turn your cameras on too. All right. So what else is really important that we go through? You understand what the overarching point of this course is. Let's get some specifics. What would make today worth your time? And from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, whatever we go to, we're definitely not going till 5 o'clock, by the way. Thank the heavens. Unless you all want to be here till 5, and then we're just our happy hour. That's cool too. What is a must item that you're like, Jeff, if we have time, let's discuss this. If we go over this, it's going to be a big win for me today.
I struggle to fill out these
Objection handling?
forms, and I'm
Okay.
hoping to
Get
get more
into that a little
clarity.
bit. I'll set you up for success. What else? I've got 8,000 people on Zoom. Who's got something that they want to learn today?
So as many times as we go through MREA and the models,
We're
there's still
definitely not going
more.
to cover that, but I'm sure somebody in this room would love to help you with that. Is there a volunteer?
I think what's helpful too is recognizing what we want to learn today is something related to your business planning for 2021.
Yeah,
So
I hope
like,
so.
like putting together, some kind of model or system, looking at like an economic model or, what your expenses should look like or your revenues should look like.
Yep.
The strategies that you
I
need
got
to
you covered,
implement.
young man.
Like
Yes.
I got you covered.
Yeah, staying organized.
Staying organized. Okay, we're talking about that. What else? You're like, Jeff, if we cover this, it will be a win. If we don't cover this, I wasted 7 hours.
I think for me, I'm a new
I'm just
agent,
leaving here with a plan.
barely 2
Leaving here with-
months.
okay.
Knowing what you're gonna
where-
do every day,
I don't think you can.
you know?
Call people. Done. All right. All right. Well, if there's no special requests. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think he can hear us anymore.
Okay, we got you covered. We got you covered. So typically, there's some special requests. Someone wants to cover something. If that's not the case, we will stick to the material and see what happens. So how will we make it happen? Number one, first and foremost, this is like base level stuff, right? We need to complete a business plan. That's why we're here. How do you take the business plan to the next level? You have it written, right? We
Can you
know
hear
that written goals and plans get followed more than the genius stuff in our heads. Who here is a genius in their own brain,
No, he's not waiting.
right? And then
Yeah.
that genius can become living when we put it on paper. And level 3
Jeff.
is taking the business plan that's now written and adding that accountability to it. Somebody's
Jeff,
waving
I
at
don't
me
think you
big time.
A
you
few
hear
of
Damon,
a few of
what's up,
them are
buddy?
talking, but we're not sure if you
Mr.
can hear
Cook?
us.
Yeah, I don't think you can hear us
Hear
anymore.
Zoomers. No, I can't hear anybody if somebody's on Zoom
Yeah.
talking. Don't worry. Don't worry. Tyler is here. All is well in the universe.
Zoom works perfectly well until you try to make it a hybrid with another class, with a live class. Try to speak, Damien.
Well, there were folks talking.
Yeah, I don't think he can hear us for a while.
The microphone might have killed it.
Try to say something, Damien.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we
we're
got you.
back.
Yay.
Yay!
I'm sitting here, I'm like,
Trying to hop in the conversation of what we needed. A few of us were telling you what we needed, but
perfect, let's do it. Tell me, what do we need to learn today?
foundation as a newbie.
Foundation, I got
Lee,
you
what were
covered.
you trying to tell him?
Who, me?
I was trying to tell him earlier that for me as a new agent, just where to start, because sometimes it feels too overwhelming that I feel a little bit lost.
Emily, come see me in the office. I haven't seen you in like 2 years. Young lady that was just speaking, I got you covered. We're going to talk about how to build a foundationally based business. I've got you covered right now, actually. So that's
And Lee
fantastic.
Romano had a question.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
the question is just what to get out of it. As many times as we go over the models, we still need more clarity. At least I still need more clarity on each one of them. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, if you know the model and you don't do it anyways, just punch yourself in the face right now once for me. All right. Do you see that? All right. All right, so we're all on the same page, right? We need that little reminder, and I'm gonna deviate once in a while and just give you some stuff. Remember, you know, I'm a former MAPS coach. I'm a KWU trainer. I'm very, God somehow has shined down on me for moments in my life. I'm in Gary's top mastermind group. So I do have a lot of regurgitable information. I just made that word up, regurgitable.
Awesome.
And I can share things that I've been told by other MAPS coaches, by Gary Keller himself, other mega agents, Ben Kinney, Jeff Glover, the best of the best. So I can give you lots of regurgitable information. So I'm going to go back now to sharing the screen, and we're going to jump into the PowerPoint disappeared.
It's that one.
This is it.
Yeah, it's just in a different tab.
Thank you.
Just gotta pull it up in the other tab.
God bless.
That's a tough one. That one.
All right, we're
There you
going,
go.
people. Don't worry. All right. All right, so there it is. If you've been with KW for a while, you've seen this many times. Tell me what it means to you. What's it mean for the models to be the base and then creativity versus creativity with models on top?
Learn the models before you start.
It's the old adage is first learn what is proven. And once you get that experience, then you can modify it. Don't modify it before you actually try it.
Perfect. I love it. Think about it like this. Is anybody on this Zoom call a script master? Like you get paid money to write scripts?
No.
No, nobody on this Zoom gets paid to make scripts. That's a new one for me. Well, then think about this for a second. Before you make a script your own, shouldn't you internalize it? And how do you internalize something? You memorize it, right? Until it becomes second nature. Then you can give it your own little flair. So think of models the exact same way as scripts. We want to put the base system in place, and then we can make it our own. So what do you think are some great models that we should have first in our business?
First one.
Let's talk about where it comes from. What's a great base for building a real estate business?
Lead generation.
Yeah, what kind of lead generation?
Cold calling.
No.
Online lead generation.
No.
No, sphere of influence first.
Database. Who on the Zoom or which Zoomer knows what the laws of lead generation are from the MREA? Any volunteers?
10-4.
Go ahead.
10-4.
10-4.
Before 10.
Oh, that's great for McKnight. Yet what's the law, the 4 laws of lead generation from the MREA?
Meet 10 people, call 10 people, text
That is the
10
10-4, yes.
But I mean, my head is always big lead gen, but
The lead gen law from the MREA is build a database, feed it every day, systematically communicate with it, and service all the leads that come from it, right? So that would be a foundational model to build a business around is build a database, feed it every day, systematically communicate with it, and service all of the leads that come from it. Now, who here has ever hit a ceiling of achievement? Who wants to share a personal story on how you've been stuck at a level of production and you did something that caused you to break through it?
I can share something. It's outside of real estate.
You know, I'll take it. I like this participation. Let's roll with it. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, personally, my background, I'm CEO of a software company and for 20 years. And for the first 10 years, we were stuck at a plateau. We couldn't generate more than $1.5 million in subscription business. It was stuck. And when our breakthrough occurred for us was the fact that we focused, we got our systems in place, and we went from a wide, I'll call it wide customer base to a very narrow focused customer base. And then we literally doubled, and a little bit more than doubled the third year and continued from there.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. So what was the cause of the breakthrough?
My cause of the breakthrough was automating processes and focusing on a specific market segment.
Awesome. So you got small to get big. Is that what I hear? You
Yes,
say?
we got very small to get big.
Yeah. We're going to talk about niches when we get to lead generation. I'm huge on niches, by the way. And I may even say one or two things that might even be contrary to things you've heard from other coaches or speakers. And yet there's more than one way to skin a cat. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's talk about what a millionaire real estate agent thinks like, right? Obviously, we want to think big, right? And we want to think big models, big systems, and we want to think powered by a big why. So if you look at the top of the PowerPoint, right, you've got your foundation is think powered by a big why and think big goals and big models. That's the baseline foundation of how to become a mega agent. That's how you become wealthy. That's how you become a millionaire. That's how you're successful with anything in life. And then those other 7 items are what follow through on those 2 big items to get you there. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I appreciate responses even to my rhetorical questions. That's how I know you're not sleeping, Zoomers. All right, so on page 2.3, we've got some myths around mindset, right? We've got number 1, I don't need models. Now, what's the truth?
You do need models.
Yeah.
Foundation.
Let's get volunteers, to start reading some with me. So it's not just me, and we're letting Joe in. So this class is about to get even better. Thank you for joining us, Joe. So let me get my first volunteer to read what the reality is around models.
Okay.
Thank you. Loudly, please.
You use models now. They're how you get things done. When results matter, you don't want models that limit you. You want proven models that grow with you.
Perfect. Models limit my freedom. Reality.
Reality models give you freedom.
Models set you free because you can make better decisions more quickly and have a better life as a result.
Models are just opinions.
Models based on the success of others and that are implemented properly deliver predictable outcomes that are proven, not opinion.
My favorite part is predictable, right? The model won't work for me.
A model will work for you if you follow it because it has predictable results.
That brings me to the MREA, right? I mean, my brain always goes back to the MREA when I'm teaching this course. And there's a section about standing on the shoulders of giants, right? And Gary explains to us in that book that people have come before us. They've already done it. They've already paved the way. And we can frankly do the rip off and repeat model, which is copy what works and implement it, right? So I was thinking about that. I have like this weird vision in my head about standing on some giant's shoulders, right? So that's what it says in the book. We get to stand on the shoulders of giants. I don't need to change. I'm getting the results I want.
As you grow, you'll want better and better models. If it matters, good enough is not good enough.
If it matters, good enough is not good enough. Did anybody see the post that Gary did a couple days ago? I shared it on Facebook. I know a bunch of others did. And it was the concept of we're taught to live below our means, right, as a way to create wealth, right? It's the whole Dave Ramsey philosophy, the richest man in Babylon. And by no stretch do I think Gary was undermining living under your means. Gary lives so far under his means, he can't even see his means, right? So, I mean, he's living that lifestyle. And he's not saying not to. So I just have to preface this because I get like the Dave Ramsey warriors get mad at me. Yet Gary's message was maybe instead of living below your means, change your outcomes to live to the means that you want, right? It's a little bit of a different way of looking at it. You know, if your means is 70,000 a year and you make 100,000 a year and you're living a 70,000 lifestyle when you make 100, that's great. You're living under your means. Yet what if you wanted $100,000 lifestyle and you made 70? Are you going to just live at 70,000 because that's what your means is? Or are you going to do something about it because the lifestyle that you deserve is really $100,000 lifestyle? Did that hit anybody? Like, that hits me because I'm sitting here, I'm like, well, you know, I live an X lifestyle and that's nice. Well, what if I doubled my income and then I could have the lifestyle that I secretly desire? How cool would that be? Is anyone else like that, or it's just me?
Yes. Love it.
No, that's awesome.
Thank
My
you.
dream.
Whoever
It's
said
just
that's
like
awesome.
the
Say your
different.
name so I can love you.
I'm Lisa Polunin, and it's awesome. It's just like the difference between being reactionary and not, and like you can react and make yourself pay those bills and everything because you're hustling, or you can produce better so you are going above and beyond.
Right. And I think what it comes down to, and I'm going off script here for a moment, so many of us truly do have limiting mindsets around money and around enjoying money, right? You know, I know I'm not the only one, you know, that was raised in a certain way that, frankly, a certain level of success was bad. And what you'll find is many of us will actually self-sabotage once we get to a certain point that we feel is socially acceptable, because we don't want to exude the quote unquote badness of being rich. So we actually will limit ourselves. There's so much self-sabotage in real estate. There's so much self-sabotage by entrepreneurs across the board because they almost don't want to show that they're becoming that successful. Does that make sense? So understanding first and foremost that we deserve what we get, we earn it, right? And that's why they changed some of the scripts in bold, right? From like even like applying for the job and you know, getting these things, like we're applying, we're earning, we're not just like getting and giving. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We apply and we earn. Now we're about to do step one of thinking like a millionaire real estate agent, and we're going to do a big why exercise. We're going to write down what your big why is. And I'm going to preface this for you and just state that the big why does not have to be an overarching save the universe type thing, because I know a lot of us don't know what our big why is, right? Yet we can get very far with little whys. We can get far with what we perceive to be our whys. You know, for instance, I'll just tell you a quick story. I have 2 children. My son's about to be 6 on Christmas, and my daughter's 2.5 years old. So most people would say that their children are their big why. Does that make sense? A lot, you hear people say that. Well, I frankly highly doubt that that's true. It's not true for me. It's
ourselves.
I'm sorry?
For ourselves.
Well, no, yourself may not be your big why either, because as I've been explaining, we put ourselves last and martyr ourselves. So until we get to the point that we liberate ourselves, yourself is rarely your big why too. My reason I'm using me for an example is because I'm reasonably successful. So my kids are already spoiled. Their college is already paid for. Their retirement's already paid for. My S Corp pays them $6,000 each a year for their Roth IRA. So by the time they're 65, they're going to be multimillionaires, whether they ever put a penny in a retirement account or not. My kids are taken care of. So since my kids are already taken care of, how can they be my big why to push me higher? They don't need to go to Disney another time. I already think they're spoiled, right? So what can I do that's really my next why? Is it just proving to myself that I can live up to my potential, right? So going to myself, it's not even a just because I can. Maybe it's I have to prove it to myself could be the next why, right? Maybe your why is taking care of a parent that doesn't have the financial means. That could be a why, right? For now. My point is big whys can come and go. Unless you're Elon Musk and you're literally changing the world, your big why doesn't have to be locked in place. It doesn't have to be your kid. It doesn't have to be your spouse. You can also have little whys. You could have a quarterly why, right? to take your kids on a Disney cruise once cruise lines open back up, right? That can be a why. We just have to find whatever will pull you through to the other side. The whole point of knowing what your whys are is to get you through the tough times. Does anybody have an example of, frankly, going through a tough time and having a why that pulled them through that would be willing to share?
I can share.
Please go ahead.
My like shorter term why is that I want to be successful enough where my boyfriend can go after a dream of his. He does AC and attics are hot. And so that's kind of my driving point there. But my very long-term why is that I want to be successful enough where I know my family's well taken care of, but that I can really do a lot for the community. So I really have some ideas on charities that I would really be interested in starting. So I want to make sure that I'm able to do the things that I see myself doing long
Yeah, so
term.
what I hear you saying is that you've got some passions that you want to be in the place to pursue, right?
Yes, I want to make sure that I can take care of my family and still have extra to pursue those.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. All right, well, let's do this. Let's take 10 minutes. We're on page 2.7 and let's write those big whys down. What is your big why? And like I said, if you need to put some little whys down, that's okay too. All right. And what time is it?
9:40.
9:40. So we got till 9:50.
Stop talking again. Can you tell I was the talker in class? Good morning. We knew you, Lisa.
There is a way that we can put the people in Zoom on the TV so everybody can hear more instead of just so quiet.
Yeah, I'm afraid to touch it because I'll be distracted.
I already to see if she can help.
Yeah, I'm just, because remember, like I switched it and then we could hear them.
How's everyone doing?
Good.
Good.
We ready to jump back in already?
Let's do it.
I was getting the Jeff, we don't need this much time speech.
Jeff, I thought of something about your question. What do you need to get out of this?
Yeah, go ahead.
So because the base of it is build your database, I think that most of the problem is that for people that don't have a big database, is like, how do I do that?
Yeah.
So learning how to do that in the class and getting like, what are the best places to
Yeah.
build the database?
You got it. I got you covered.
Yeah, especially people who don't have a big sphere because we're not originally from here.
Yeah. Yeah. And I bet COVID put a damper on that too. Okay. We're talking about some creative things during lead gen. How does that sound? All right. Anybody want to share their big why, what's important about it to them and what it's going to help them do?
I'd like my husband not to have to work where he works anymore.
So a lot of women stepping up for their men. I need to find someone like that next. You know, I said I'll never get married again unless she's got 7 zeros, not 7 figures, 7 zeros, right? All right. What's the driving cause for that? What's that mean to you?
Well, he has a very physical job. He's an electrician on boats and he has to climb into hulls and that. We're not getting any younger. It's getting harder and harder on him.
Sure.
He's a wonderful person that's
Sure.
supported me. So I'd like to see him be able to do something he enjoys.
What would it mean to you to return the favor?
Oh my gosh, it would mean the world to me to be able to do that for him.
The world. I like the world.
He's-
Good
he's
answer.
wonderful. He
Well,
deserves
God bless
it.
you. You can do it. All right. One of my Zoomer friends who wants to share.
I'll share.
Yes, ma'am.
For me, I want generational wealth. I want the kids of my family to not even have to think about student loans. And I don't have kids of my own yet, but my little brother, niece, nephew. Also, just to be an example for myself that I can gain inner peace, confidence, drive, discipline, and actually build a business.
That a girl. So we got generational wealth and a lot of just self-proving in there, right?
Right.
Because you are capable of it. If Ben Kinney can do it, you can do it. You know?
Thanks, Jeff.
You know, that's my theory. I mean, he's probably the smartest cable installer dude ever in the history of mankind, yet he still was a cable installer dude. So there you go. That's pretty funny stuff. Thank you for laughing. You know, hey, he was cable installer dude, and now besides Gary Keller, he's probably the most influential person in residential real estate. Pretty exciting stuff, right? All right. Anybody else want to share?
I can share.
Go ahead.
My big why is I want to be able to fund my children's college. I didn't have that. I actually had to work full time during college. My parents didn't have the money to put me through. And, you know, I left college because I couldn't do everything that I needed to do. So I want to be able to fund completely their college dreams, whatever they may be, whether they want to go to college or not. And with that, purchase a property for them to live in so they don't have to worry about that and that become their first investment property.
You go, girl. I was going to say, if they choose not to go to college and they decide to get into real estate, I'll pay for their real estate course for you.
Well, there you go. Okay, I'm friending you on Facebook right now.
That's a fair trade, right? You like that deal?
Hey, I'm going to hold you to it. You should know that.
I'm okay with that. All right. So who was the lady that brought up generational wealth? What was your name?
Ivy.
Say that.
Ivy.
Ivy? Yeah, I mean, just on a quick side note here, you know, something that I'm passionate about is buying real estate, by the way. Real estate is the only investment on the planet that pays you 3 different ways, right? If you buy a good property, you have cash flow, you have mortgage pay down, and you have appreciation over time. There's no other investment in the universe that pays you 3 different ways. And we haven't even brought up taxes because I'm not a CPA. And yet if you're in real estate, you should understand the tax benefits of owning real estate as well, yes? So there's really 4 different ways that owning rental properties helps you, right? We can depreciate residential real estate over 27.5 years. So that means for most of you, if you're getting a mortgage on a property, the current cash flow is tax deferred and you don't pay taxes on that money until you sell the property, right? It's pretty crazy, right? So I don't know about you guys, but making money 4 different ways sounds good to me. If everybody in this room and on Zoom set their goal big enough to have the down payment to buy 1 house a year for the next 5 years, you could then sit on those 5 houses for the next 20 years and every single one of you would retire a millionaire.
That was the real knowledge.
You know, like it's a crazy concept. Like think about that for a second. Think about what the economists are telling us, the opportunity that we have as real estate professionals. The state of Florida currently has 21.5 million people living in it, right? We're the 3rd most populous state and our population is exploding. We have over 1,000 people moving here a day. Economists say that we will have 40 million people living in the state of Florida by the year 2035, right? So that's 15 years from now for the population to basically double. Well, there's only 1 state in the union right now that has over 40 million people. That's California. Do you guys know what prices of houses are like in California?
How much rent is?
Ridiculous.
Crazy.
So if our state grows to a population of 40 million, I'm not saying we're going to be California. I pray to God that we're not. And yet, what will happen to our real estate prices? They're going up, baby. Supply and demand, right? And if you believe in global warming, we're going to have less land to build on. That means the land's even more valuable than before.
We barely have any here.
Right? I mean, I'm hitting you guys from all sides. We got real estate jokes, we got economy stuff, you get the point. Literally 5 houses, 1 a year, the next 5 years, you're all millionaires in 20 years though. It's just math, right? It's just numbers. Go ahead.
Can you state those the 4 ways it pays you?
Yeah, if you buy a property properly, and we haven't even talked about sweat equity, right? Like the money that you make if you buy properly. Yeah, if you buy a property, it should cash flow. You should never buy something that doesn't cash flow, right? So you have cash flow earnings, you have mortgage pay down, and you have appreciation. Those are the base 3. And then obviously the tax benefits, discuss with your accountant how that will exactly play out. Cool. So that was just a little extra Jeff, if you don't mind it. I hope you don't. All right, let's jump back into the materials and finish this next exercise before we take our first bathroom break, which I know you're all looking forward to. So now that we've thought powered by a big why, oh, I'm going the wrong way. No, Jeff, don't do it. All right, now that we've thought powered by a big why, let's think big goals and big models. So we're on page 2.9 in the materials. And what we're looking at is our goal setting, right? And this exercise is set up for you to think big. We've got your someday goal, the 5-year goal, 1 year, monthly, weekly, daily, and right now, yes? Who here has attended at a Keller Williams event, the class that Jeff Woods does? Jeff Woods. He does a how billionaires set goals. Has anybody taken that? Okay. At Family Reunion in February, which is going to be digital, right? So all of you can do it. Yes. I believe Family Reunion is going to be like February 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, something like that. It's right in the middle of February. Jeff Woods pretty much does it every year. So I hope he does it this year. Yet this exercise comes from that philosophy. The way billionaires think, right? The way these freak people like Gary Keller think is they literally go to where the pinnacle of their business is, right? That's the someday goal, is the pinnacle of your career, the pinnacle of your business. And they walk it back with, well, where do I need to be at this point? Where do I need to be at this point? Where do I need to be at this point? So that they're on track for that pinnacle goal. Some of us don't know what our goal is for the day. So it's quite it's a 180, right? And that's what this exercise is set up for. So let's think big. Let's take the next couple minutes. You guys only needed 3 for the big why exercise. So maybe 4 minutes for this one. Write down what your someday goal is. That's the pinnacle of your business. And then write down where you need to be 5 years from now, 1 year, a month, weekly, daily, in order to get to that someday goal. Any questions? All right, let's rock it out.
Juan, are you gonna bust out in song?
What? Me?
I hear you humming.
How we doing? Oh, people are doing this exercise. That's good. Am I entertaining you?
Yes.
You guys didn't know you were getting my practice stand-up act as well, right? All right, 1 more minute and then we'll get a couple volunteers. The biggest goal I've had this year teaching, I think, was like 5 million a year, somebody said. This is my 5th time teaching business planning for 2020. So out of 4 classes, 5 million was the pinnacle. Let's see if somebody beats that today. All you have to do is write down 6 million if you didn't.
Yeah. Can you say that again, please? I didn't hear you.
6, well, I was saying in 4 classes, the highest goal that somebody had was 5 million a year. So I whispered that if you wanted to beat that, you could write down 6 million a year. Right?
Well, and what you didn't know is that they just meant 5 million in production. So, in volume.
Better talk. This is, yeah.
You have 6 million in sales or GCI?
Remember, this is, you could be a brand new agent and it's set a goal to make $8 trillion a year. I mean, it's the pinnacle of your career. And it doesn't matter where you are now. It doesn't say now goal. The now goal's out at the bottom. We're talking about the top goal, right? The goal that I set last time I did this is like 20 times more than what I make now. Give or take a couple hundred. All right, who wants to volunteer to tell us what their goals are? Go ahead.
So someday goal is to have 20+ properties and enough money to stop working. 5-year goal.
All right, let me just slow down. Is it okay if I coach you a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. Please.
All right, we have to be specific. Your brain doesn't know what enough money to stop working means. You have to paint the picture for yourself. How much income do you need passively from those rentals, or how much money do you need to have in the bank in order to retire?
So my thought process is if I could have 20 properties and if I was making close to 200,000 a year, then I could live off of that. That would be good.
Perfect. So write that down. So he's got 20 properties paying him 200,000 a year in income. What else? Go ahead.
5-year goal is to have my business be growing, and I want to have at least 3+ properties.
Okay, I'm going to do the same routine with you. What does business growing mean to you?
Be making more money than I'm making right now.
All right,
So,
let's give this another whirl. Give me a number. 5 years from now, what are you making a year?
At least 150.
All right, perfect. So 150 is your goal for 5 years from now. Perfect. What else?
Then my 1-year goal is to have a sustainable business and to be able to buy a house. And so a sustainable business is one that's able to pay all my bills without me going into the red, I guess, or whatever, like not living above my means, like to able to support.
Give me that number, buddy. What's it got to be? How much money do you need to net this year, 2021?
Probably like 90 grand.
Perfect. So 90 grand's your 1-year goal, right?
Sure.
Awesome. Is this helpful for you, right? Getting the clarity?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, definitely.
You know, it's if I say, hey, yeah, I'd like to be rich, right? Is rich different to somebody that frankly doesn't have 2 pennies to rub together versus what does rich mean to Gary Keller, right?
Yeah, I mean, rich to me and rich to Warren Buffett is 2 different things.
Yeah, I mean, Warren Buffett doesn't even, I mean, the concept of rich doesn't apply to billionaires, right? Because it just doesn't matter anymore. You follow?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, let's get one more volunteer. Who wants to share?
I can go.
Yes, ma'am, please.
First of all, I want to beat your records.
To beat what?
Your career goals.
You want to beat my career goals?
Yes.
Okay, do it.
Yes, and for the next year, not 5 years from now, list at least 6 houses a week, and the minimum average 400 grand.
All right, 6 houses a week for a minimum average price point of 400,000. That's 2.4 million a year times 50 weeks is 120 million in listing taken volume. I'm with you. What else?
Very possible.
Excuse me?
Very possible.
It's possible. Sure.
As soon as possible, I think.
As soon as possible.
No, it is possible. That's what I said.
Fire the cannons. All right, what else do you write down?
Just remember me.
I will remember you.
Okay, that's it.
For the next 5 seconds, you're my favorite on this call. All right.
And the other goals, I'm not going to share them.
Okay, you don't have to, only what you're comfortable with. One more, does one more person want to share their goals, put it out to the universe?
See, and I went different. I'm sorry. I wrote goals that I want to do. I didn't write money.
Hey, whatever triggers your brain.
I did a little bit of both.
Does one more person want to share?
I did money, but I didn't go high enough because once I got down to right now, I'm already past that.
Well, you're okay. Let's just talk about this exercise again. I apologize. I failed all of you on setting you up for success with this exercise. Your goal doesn't have to be money. It could be what is it? Nadia? Oh, okay.
Nadia, yes.
Nadia, you know, I had American Pie pop into my head, which was helping me as I was saying it. As I was saying the name, I have rapid memory recall and it was helping me, yes? So your goals can be whatever triggers your brain, right? Your someday goal can be to have a 7th level team. I just want you to tie something tangible to it as well. So I want to have a 7th level team that provides me with passive income of $500,000 a year. Does that make sense? Because we're not doing this for our health. Like, believe it or not, we are doing this for an income. And that's why having a unit, having a volume, having a GCI, having a net income matters. Because if you just keep everything with these intangibles, how do you know if you ever did it? My goal is to be a nicer Jeff. Well, how will I know when I'm a nicer Jeff? Will people like me more? Will they respect me more? Will I get more referrals? What is the tangible outcome to our goal? We're really not here for hugs, people. I mean, hugs are great. And when COVID's over, I'm not really a big hugger, yet if you want a hug, I'll give you one. Yet what's the outcome? What are we looking for? Does that make sense? Does that help you guys? Like, if you need to go back and redo this exercise at lunch, that's fine. Again, I apologize if I did not set you up for success.
Hello, papi.
Well, no, it's.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Bien, ¿qué haces?
I don't think that's for us.
You have the waiting room.
Okay, tranquilo. Quería preguntar, ¿tú
Waiting
tienes
room
perfil en los
accomplished.
amigos?
Un momento, por favor. All right, so now that we're through that exercise, we are taking our first break. It's just a quickie. It's a 5-minute bathroom break. Zoomers, please be back on time.
Well, please, if you're on Zoom, please don't log out. Please just, take out your video, mute yourself. Don't leave the Zoom call.
Do not log out because I have to admit you guys and
Yeah.
it's a pain in the tush. So just keep your Zoom up, just turn your camera off, mute yourself and take a 5-minute break.
Yep. Awesome. We're gonna do lunch at 12. I'm gonna go grab the catering at 11:30, so we'll have that at 12.
Do we have a sponsor or just the Market Center?
Market Center's paying for it. Okay.
Everyone's having fun so far?
Yes.
All right, we're about to get into the meat. So the first, every Keller Williams training, the first hour, we're like getting warmed up. We're getting warmed up. Now we're gonna crank it up, okay?
Oh, good. How often? Sorry, are you giving bathroom breaks? So I need to know.
Now, lunch,
Okay.
afternoon. So at least three total breaks, maybe 4 if you guys need it.
You know, you said makes sense because if you do your goal by state unit.
Yeah.
You can't predict the housing price of all the units.
Are we talking about the one that?
Well, yeah, I mean, what we want to do as far as units, like the baseline for building a business is units. Yet we have to track what our average GCI is to make sure we can get to our desired net income.
Right, so you may have to up your units.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being an average price point agent. There's nothing wrong with being a lower than average price point agent. And there's certainly nothing wrong with being a higher end agent. It's just tracking what your average is so that you can have a predictable business.
Yeah, and then they call you right away.
Predictability is the goal, not, and then it's up to you to decide how you get there, right?
Yeah. And then they call you.
All right, so real quick again,
Yeah.
I'm slow to write stuff down.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. The,
Here at the office. And
that's where we're. Actually, we're gonna get ready to build a house.
For you?
For investment.
Yeah, I think she's, yeah, I was in comments and stuff, but yeah, I told her about savings and everything. So congratulations.
Yeah, I got a couple, and then they're going to the courthouse today to kick out tenants. One of their, another listing, but when they're out, that one's on the market, so I'm excited. So the other one,
Having people here out.
the other one, the guy who was for sale by owner, the guy, which we talked about before, he was being dirty, but then he was like, well, somebody talked to me before, listened to you, wants to buy it for whatever, and we had it listed in 166. And so I'm like, well, dude, we talked about it. I said, give you a 24-hour exclusion list. You didn't want to do that either. And then so you still want to fight it. He's like, well, then I'm just gonna, you can give me whatever offer you want at 168. I'm not taking it. Go look at it. I was like, well, it's fine. I'll work on it. And then so I felt like I'm just paying 1%. So I paid 1% commission fee, and then he canceled the contract.
Oh, wow.
I'll
So
take
it's a little money.
I'll take a 1%.
Oh, yeah, okay, you just bought me something. That's good, that's smart. Yeah,
So didn't get as much as I wanted, but I'll take 1%.
yeah.
And then you got two leads, two buyer leads.
Yeah, I got 2 signed buyer leads up to which to go sign buyer agreements for. Well, yeah, that's a good price. So, and then we got another one that's supposedly today, they're getting the process started getting kicked out. So that's good.
All right, let's rock and roll.
Opposed, so I should be able to.
Let us do this thing.
You guys take some of this stuff. I don't need to keep eating it at the office every day. Take another one.
Hey, Jeff, we have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Guys, we're coming back from break. If you can hear my voice, clap once. All right, Zoom, go ahead.
For when you first started, how did you break through your limiting beliefs?
By focusing on the activities, right? While you're working on your mindset. So let's talk about how to do that. It's perfect timing for that question. We're on page 2.11, think, action, and accountability. So we set a goal, we do the activities, we measure the results, and then we evaluate the process and make adjustments. And that's how you do it. Talk about timing of the question. Thank you for that. The bold law is be, do, have. We have to become the person we need to be to have the results and the rewards that we desire. So the way to start being who you want to be is to set the goal. That's step one, right? You have to start thinking like that. Does that make sense? Who was I talking to? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Awesome, right? So we're looking at this. Individuals with written goals are 42% more likely to achieve them. Individuals with accountability on top of that are 77% more likely to achieve them. Pretty cool. Flip the page, flip the page. Let's look at what a 411 is. 411. We're on page 213, the 411. And I am, here we go. Let me just make sure all my materials, I've only got like 4 different things I'm working on for this class. Don't worry. It's fun. All right. So a 411 stands for 4 weeks, 1 month, and 1 year. It's not a to-do list. It's a have-to-do list. It's designed to help you both set long-range goals. Those are called results. And short-range goals, those are called activities. Yes? So what you set in motion today with your 411 may not translate to results immediately because there's no such thing as a quick solution yet. Implementing a system can result in results 3 to 6 months from now. This tool will help you stay focused on your goals, activities of your final business plan. So in this course, there's literally 4 times we're going to come to your 411. We're going to talk about job goals, business goals, financial goals, and personal goals. Flip the page, flip the page. So here's the example, page 2.15 has it broken out for you. So you might want to just pull this sheet to the side, if you have paper, or open a second window and leave this up if you're all tech savvy. Flip the page, flip the page. Think leverage. Who's in command? Who loves having the to-do list and everything that command's doing for you to keep you on track of leverage, right? We've got the ability to set our database calls, birthdays, anniversaries. We've got our bi-weekly or monthly market updates for everybody in our Met and lead category, whatever you choose how to set that up. It's pretty cool. And then Kelly will tell you to do it. Yes?
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting. We've also got this opportunity with agent referrals. Like I mentioned earlier, 1,000 people are moving to Florida a day, right? We've got 185,000 associates in Keller Williams. We can build out our referral network, right? So that when people are relocating here from elsewhere, we can get those referrals. Massive opportunity. So leverage the technology and the network of Keller Williams. Let's look at page 2.19. Let's answer these questions. Will a business plan help me achieve the money I need for my lifestyle? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yell it out. Yell it out.
Yes.
Yes.
Tell me how many appointments I need to attend each week to meet my goal.
Yeah.
Yell it out. Yell it out.
Yes.
Help me control
Yes.
my business expenses.
Yes.
Will it help me identify when and how I can grow my business?
Yes.
Yes.
Identify my lead generation strengths and opportunities.
Yes.
Yes.
Help me determine when to hire help.
Yes. Yes.
And will it save you time?
Yes.
Yes.
Darn straight.
Yes.
Flip the page, flip the page. There's 5 fundamental models, right? And I use, before they added expansion to this, I use the acronym ELBO, right? We've got ELBO, and then forget the W, right? We've got economic model, lead generation model, budget model, organization model, and now there's also the expansion model. So it's ELBO, forget the W, add the E. Let me get a volunteer to read what these are. Who would like to volunteer? Yes, ma'am. Start with economic model.
A formula that describes the relationship between a series of activities and the specific outcomes they produce. It shows you where your money comes from, where it goes, and how much is left over for you.
You did such a great job that you can read the lead generation model.
A plan for where your money comes from your lead generation activities. It is a companion to the economic model since leads are the fuel to the economic engine of your business.
We've got the budget model.
A plan for where your money goes between the time you receive it and keep it for yourself. The focus is on minimizing your expenses to maximize your profit.
Maximize your profit. Organizational model.
A plan for hiring help and talent as your business grows to help you grow your business.
And the expansion model.
A plan to apply your systemized business model in additional locations. This model will not be covered in this course. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. This model will not be covered in this course. That's okay. Let them know. So let's talk about one of the most fundamental models from the MREA. We've got the 3 L's of the millionaire real estate agent. What are the 3 L's?
Leads, listings, leverage.
Leads, listings, leverage, right? What's important about listings?
Give you leads.
Listings give you leads. What else?
Control your time.
Control your time. What else?
Control your income.
Help control your income, right? If you control the inventory, you control your income. And what else?
Free marketing.
Free marketing. Beautiful. I like it. Anything else?
You can have multiple listings.
Well, that's true. You can have multiple listings. Let's talk about that for 1 minute. And then we'll wrap up chapter 1 here. How many listings do you think you can handle a month without being fried or overwhelmed? Like you can consistently do every single month.
I would say 5.
Yeah, you can do every month.
5, 6. What if you had an assistant doing? What if you had an assistant doing all of the listing input and sending the sellers their feedback every Monday, and all you had to do was take the listings and negotiate? How many could you do a month?
15.
15? 20?
5.
How many?
15,
don't
15,
like
20.
That there is no limit.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a limit. Even if you were doing 5-minute Zoom meetings, there's a limit. You only have so many 5 minutes.
So let's
And-
say 35.
And let's just say that the best listing agents on teams that are highly leveraged, right? Like super leveraged. Let's say they're taking 25 or 30 a month consistently. Are you with me?
Okay.
Yep.
How many buyers do you think you can do a month without being fried or getting burnout?
About 8 to 10.
8 to 10?
No, 4.
5, 4. Okay.
If you're not doing listings, so like me, I'm a buyer's agent.
Yeah.
So.
How many buyers do you think you can handle? 8 to 10? Okay. Awesome. There's now with the systems that are evolving inside of KW, there's buyer's agents with showing assistants, and they now can do 20 a month, but that's with a showing assistant, right? Because now they're doing lead conversion, buyer consults, and negotiations. They're basically turning the buyer side of the business into the same amount of time as the listing side of the business. Make sense? Yet if you're just working with buyers yourself, you're going to have it. There's usually a 3 or 4x multiplier for how many listings you can do versus buyers. Make sense? And you all just confirmed that, especially the laughter on how many buyers you can handle. That was good. All right, page 2.23. We're going to write down what's our biggest aha from the morning session. And then at the bottom, you're going to write down what your action item is from this section. And it gives you 3. You can certainly write down 3 things. I insist that you write down what the one thing is that you want to review and or implement. And I'll give you 1 minute to jot some stuff down, and then I'm going to ask 2 of you for an aha. And then we're going to do math, and that's going to be interesting. And we're 25% through the material. Well, that's exciting. How are my Zoomers? You guys staying plugged in? You're good?
We're plugged in.
Yeah, we're good.
Awesome. I've got you on PowerPoint. All right, let's get a couple volunteers. What have you learned from the morning session? 2 quick ahas.
For me, it was to be very specific about my goals.
Be specific on your goals. Great. Yes, ma'am.
I like when you were talking about your big whys and you said what it could be to prove to yourself you can be successful.
You know, when I met with Howard back in 2012 and he was coaching me, when Howard just joined KW in like March of 2012, and I had been there for like 3 months. You know, I was a little baby agent. I had just closed 2 million the year before. Now remember, 2 million in 2012 is probably the same as 5 million today because of prices and all that. Yet I'm a little baby agent. And Howard looks at me and says, Jeff, you have the potential to be a $20 million agent. And I was so pissed. I mean, I'm sitting there like, you know, I kept my cool. I'm in a coaching room with the general manager of our market center. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, I can be a $40 million agent, right? You know, like who's seen Back to the Future?
I just did that last week.
First time?
No, like again.
Okay. Well, in Back to the Future, what gets Michael J. Fox fired up when he gets called what?
Chicken.
Chicken. If you call, and I don't remember what I forget what his name was from the movie. So whatever. When you call him Chicken, Marty McFly.
Yeah.
McFly. So when you call Marty Chicken, he gets all fired up. Are you with me? Well, for me, like potential almost has that. Like I hate the thought that I'm not using my potential. And what's sad about that is I'm still only probably using like 10% of my potential. Yet that's true for all of us. We don't know what we're even capable of until we start doing it. So for Howard to be like, you have the potential to be a $20 million agent. I'm just a $2 million agent. I'm like, well, screw this. I'm going to do 40, right? So that's you know, I don't even know what she said that caused me to go on this rant yet. I hope that's helpful for you, right? That thought, oh, you said specific about the goals. So Howard said 20 million. I'm like, no, 40 million, right? Own it. Cool. Anyone else want to share?
I like, yes, that the big why can change. And I like to hear that it wasn't your children because it make me feel better that because sometimes I feel bad that I'm a bad mom, that my daughter is not like my.
Well, when my son was born on Christmas in 2014, he was a big why for me because that past year I had done 34 units and I made decent money. Yet I wanted to be able to. His mother was taking a year off to be with him, so I had to replace her income. I also wanted to not just replace her income, I wanted to make more income. And I also knew I wanted to spend time with my son, right? So I'm a brand new dad with a brand new baby. And the way that I had done my business before that was just all over the place, you know, random networking event, crisscrossing Tampa Bay. So not only was he a big why per se, it was also a refocusing point. Like, how do I get all of my work done by 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon so I can go visit my kid? And what happens, we know from Bold that all projects expand to the time allotted. So if you have all day to work, how long do you work?
All day.
If you got to be done by 5 o'clock, do you get more done before 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Who's ever gone on vacation? Right? What happens the day or two before vacation every time? Why do we not all go on vacation all the time, right?
Yeah.
You guys get so busy and get so much done right before vacation. So there you go. All right, let's jump into the economic model. And I'm gonna ask for some patience because we're doing math and sometimes that can be a challenge. All right, so this is the economic model. This is showing you how to net $1 million with an average commission of $71.50, which is not that far off from this area, right? If 265 is your average price point, right? So it literally breaks down exactly what you need. 350 units. And you need to go on 333 listing appointments. And the same for the buyer side because this is a 50-50 business. So we're going to do the exact same thing for you guys now. Or no, I'm sorry, 357 buyer sides. Come on. Ah, so sensitive. There it is. All right. So it's 28 listing appointments a month and 30 buyer consults a month. Now, this is probably set up for a team, right? I think this is likely a team that has, say, 7 or 8 agents. So when you break it down, right, one listing specialist can go on 7 appointments a week, yes? That's all they do, right? And then could 5, 6, 7 buyer's agents go on 7 appointments a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really not that much, right? Like for the buyer's agent side, that's like part-time if you're doing it through 5, 6, or 7 buyer's agents. All right, so this is how we get there, right? We've got our performance, we've got the investment, and we get our outcome in the middle. So remember that. What we're investing is always time, energy, and money is what I say. They make this smoother and cleaner with time, cost of sale, operating expenses. Then what's our behavior? What's our skill level? What resources do we have? And that's going to create our outcomes. Remember, who are the most highly paid scripters on the planet? Who uses scripts and makes a lot of money?
People who practice?
Actors, they read scripts. Right?
I was gonna say you do.
No, I make peanuts. So if you're a top actor, how much money do you make a year? Millions, right? Do they know their scripts?
Yes.
Yeah. If we knew our scripts as well as whoever a top actress or actor is, how much money would we make? A lot more than we do now. Yeah. Double, triple, quadruple your income. Another way of looking at this, if you're a professional athlete, right? Let's say you play football. How much time are you going to play the actual game on a Sunday?
Well, no, that's true, because.
How many minutes do they actually play football?
60.
6 minutes, right? And nobody in 2020 plays both sides of the ball. You're either an offensive player, a defensive player, etc., right? There are even some players that just play special teams. So they literally play 2 minutes a game, 3 minutes a game. So let's just assume though that you're playing half of the game. So you're going to play for 30 minutes a week. How much prep time do they put into that 30 minutes? Between working out, studying film, team meetings, walkthroughs, how much time goes into 30 minutes? Yeah, 60 hours. That's probably a good guess, right? So they're spending 60 hours to play for 30 minutes. So my question is how much time are you putting in on script practice, lead generation, education, studying the market so that you can have the appointments, which is our game time, to make real money? So our equivalency of film study is script practice. Our equivalency of working out is lead generation. Our equivalency of a walkthrough is a role play. Our equivalency of something else is a training. Are you with me? They're putting 60 hours in for 30 minutes. If you want to be a top agent, right, we're going to find out that most of you with the goals that you're about to set don't have to go on more than 2 appointments a week. So let's assume an appointment's an hour. That's 2 hours. How much prep time are you putting in to perfect those 2 hours to get paid? Are you doing the lead generation to get them? Are you doing the script practice and the role play to convert them? Are you educating yourself on the market to convert them? Does this make sense? All right.
Yeah.
Any questions? All right, so the goal is to net 40%. That is the best practice. So netting 40% requires having a 30% expense and a 30% cost of sale. So you can remember 30 for expenses, 30 for cost of sale. That leaves 40% for you. All right, and if you look at page 3.5, this is gonna be a good one for you to kind of like keep out at all times when you're working. I would print this one off and memorize it so that you understand the base fundamentals of your business. So if you look at the cash flow of the economic model on the PowerPoint, you'll notice that this is running a 50-50 business, half listings, half buyers. The cost of sale on the listing side is $125,000. The cost of sale on the buyer side is $625,000. So that's assuming a 50% split on the buyer side, and it's assuming a 10% split on the listing side. Make sense?
Yes.
And that gets you to a net income of $1 million. Am I the only one that gets the image of the guy from the movie doing the?
Now I do.
This laptop is so sensitive. All right, this is the conversion ratios that this is assuming. This is different than what's in the MREA, FYI. So this is saying top of the funnel, you're going to convert 75% of the listing appointments that you go on. And then this is saying you're only going to sell 70% of the listings you take. So in this market, that is uberly conservative, right? How many of you, if you take 10 listings, only sell 7, meaning you get to the closing table on 7 of them? Versus how many of you are closing 9 out of 10 plus, right? Okay. So just understand this is a very conservative model for how hot the market is. And then on the buyer side of the business, they're saying you convert 70% of the people that sit in front of you or on a Zoom for a buyer consult. I can tell you that my team is tracking at 90%, even with Zoom, on getting buyer brokerage agreements signed. So that 70% is very conservative as well. Yet this has 70% conversion from buyer brokerage agreement signed to sold, and that conversion is very high, especially if you're dealing with transient relocation buyers. Does that make sense? So if you know your own numbers, that's preferred. Yeah, I'm just sharing with you some things I'm seeing in the marketplace that differ from this, from my perception, but it's just my perception, whatever that means. So this is running you through this again, how the conversions work. And we're about to do the same thing for you guys. So this is a good one. Who in here has a goal of making $500,000? I'm giving you your numbers right now. If your goal is to make $500,000 and your average commission is about $7,000, you have to sell 182 units. And with these conversion ratios they have built in, that means you have to go on 3 listing appointments a week and 5 buyer appointments a week. Are there any teams on this call? Does anybody have other agents selling real estate?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So for a lot of you that have a team, this could be a great goal, right? Maybe 500,000 net, and these are the numbers. Does anybody need another minute to write them down?
Yes.
Well, if it's not your goal, don't worry about writing it down. I can always email you the slide. I want you guys to know what your numbers are. We're gonna hopefully do your specific numbers, even though you're all writing these down still. I love all of you. There's numbers everywhere. We go through this like 5 times. The numbers for the $1 million, or no, the 500 is on page 3.11, so you don't have to write them down. I thought it was the million. So it's already given to you on page 3.11. So let's get a couple volunteers. Let's walk through the numbers for a couple of you. Who wants to share what their goal is for net income? Yes. Do I have a volunteer?
Sure, we'll do mine.
All right, I'm going to switch this to speaker view for a moment, and then I'm going to attempt to pull up the right spreadsheet. That's not what I want. Don't worry, everyone. Tyler to the rescue. I have on-demand tech support. Thank you, sir. Apparently, it was really easy to do too.
I don't know if Zoom can see that.
I'll add it. We're almost there, people. We're almost there. All right, so here we go. All right, who was my volunteer? Let's walk through it. And while we're doing the math for this person, you can be doing the math for your goal at the same time. Who's my volunteer?
I'll do it. What page are we doing it on? Is it?
We're not doing it on a page. You can write in your numbers on page any of these, but page 3.9 would work. What number? 3.15 is that a blank one? 3.15 is a blank one for you. So use page 3.15, everyone, and we'll walk through this slowly so everyone can do their number. What's the name of the person that's volunteering?
Joe.
All right, I can't see you. Let me find you.
I'm in the Gulf side in the room, and then I'm also on the. Just wait. I got pulled up, yeah, right here.
All right, I'm gonna look for you.
That's KW Gulf side.
I'll find it. I might be a little bit slow. All right, I see you, buddy. All right, so what is your total net income goal?
We'll go with 150,000.
150,000. All right, do you have a good estimate for what your expenses would be?
I don't know. I'm pretty new, so I was figuring close to 12,000 a year. I was thinking, but if I want to do the 30%, then.
Well, 30% for a single agent might be high, right? You know, so let's be real. Who on this call has a $150,000 business and wouldn't mind sharing approximately what their expenses are? No volunteers. Let's walk through it with a little good old fashioned common sense. So expenses, how much is your office fee to Keller Williams? $70 a month.
45.
70 a month is 850. So somebody with a calculator help me. 850. How much is the your E&O insurance?
That's included in it.
Okay. How much is your MLS dues?
More or less 800.
Let's just round up to 1,000. Add 1,000. That's 1,850. How much do you pay for Supra?
50 bucks a month. Right?
That's add another 180. We're at 2,030. Apparently, we don't need anyone with a calculator, or we're going. All right. Now let's be real. Like how much do we need to spend on signs, open house signs, things of that nature? You think for $150,000 business, how many signs do we need to buy? How many open house signs?
I'd say like $3 a piece.
Let's round up to $500 worth of signs, right? So we're at 2530. How much money are we going to spend on marketing? Are we doing any postcards? Are we doing any mailings to our database? Are we doing any Facebook ads? What are we spending money on the marketing front?
5,000.
How much?
Yeah, 1,200 a year, I guess.
Let's double that to 2,400.
Okay.
Right? So we're at 4,930. What have I forgotten? What other expenses are you going to incur? What about professional photography?
Oh yeah.
So let's throw another 1,500 on. So we're at 6,430. We still don't need a calculator. What else? What else are we forgetting?
So what if I'm on a team and
Are you leasing your car or are you taking mileage?
Miles.
I'm not your CPA, but that.
Like if you have a lead or CRM or lead generation.
We have
system,
Command, it's free, baby.
I know, but like Vulcan 7 or.
Are you a cold calling agent? Are you calling FSBO's expireds? If you are, add $300 a month. That's another $3,600 if you're pulling in FSBO expired data with a dialer. Of course, we always honor the do not call and the Consumer Protection Act. FYI. All right, any other expenses? I think that's pretty good, right? Did we forget anything? All right, so if you're a cold calling agent, we're at basically $10,000. If you're not a cold calling agent, let's just round up to 7,500 just for a little grace. And then we've got cost of sale. So cost of sale is going to be your cap to the market center. How much is that?
21,000.
21,000. Is that the same here?
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone on this is 21,000. Now, if you do any referral business or ever pay a showing assistant or something like in the market center, that would also be cost of sale. So that's something that you guys can add back in later, but let's just assume that you don't have that. And your name was Joe, yes?
Yeah, and so then the other part that I always wonder about too is, so I'm a part of a team, and so for the, for the first part of it, I do a split, and then my split changes. Like, how do I factor that?
I'd be happy to help you offline if you want, or at lunch. Let's just assume that, let's just do this model for a single agent for right now, just because that's what most of the people are. For you, okay. Me and you can talk about what your split is, and then I can do the math with you if you want. Is that cool?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, this works. So we had 10,000 for operating, right?
Yeah.
20,000.
Well, if you're on a team, I mean, I don't know what expenses you have to pay. I mean, are you buying, obviously this is why I'd have a conversation with you. Are you actually paying for signs or lock boxes, right? That's where if you don't have any other expenses, your numbers will be different and then you're split, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do, but I get reimbursed for some of it, but I'm part of a big expansion team. So I'm going to on my team in this area.
Got it. All right. So average commission amount, what's your average price point?
About 300,000.
All right. So let's just throw in 7,500 for an average commission.
Okay.
So that would mean you'd have to sell 24 houses, right? This is to net 150 as a single agent. Me and Joe are going to figure out his situation in a little bit. Now, where's your business going to come from? What percentage seller, what percentage buyer?
Preferably, I have more of it on the seller side.
Preferably, or that's what it's going to be?
That's what I'm going to make it be.
Attaboy, I love it. All right, what percent are you on the seller side?
I like that.
Do 70%.
70%. All right. All right. Now, do you know what your ratios are? If you go on 10 listing appointments, how many do you take?
I don't know yet, because I'm still new, so.
All right, we're going to roll. Let's just roll with the numbers they give us, right? So we're saying you're going to take 70%. And then 70% of those sell. I know that that's low, but the 70 and the 70% might be high. So let's just leave them alone. So this is saying you're going to take 75% of the appointments that you go on, and you're going to close 70% of the listings that you take, which means you have to go on 32 listing appointments for the year. And then on the buyer side, that's 30% of your business. Means you have to go on 15 appointments for the year. So if we look at this on a monthly basis, and obviously we want to round up if possible. So I would round the seller side up to 3 a month. So your goal is to go on 3 listing appointments a month. And then on the buyer side, it's really close to 1. So what I would do is I would front load it and go for 2 appointments until you either decide to keep it there because you're rocking it, or you build yourself a cushion that you can go back to 1. How do you feel about that, Joe?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
All right, was everybody able to follow with their own numbers? We got plenty of time. We can do 1 or 2 more volunteers.
Is this spreadsheet on the Google Docs? Or would you be able to share it?
Tyler says yes.
Yes, that it's on the Google Docs, or yes, that you can share it?
He's gonna add it to the chat right now so you guys can play with it. All right. Yes.
So, Jeff, I'm confused with the, like I broke down, I'm, I need to have like 26 units sold.
Yeah.
How do we break down the sell side and the buyer side? I want to have 70% of that being listings and the other 30% be.
Well, they just.
Are you a seasoned agent or a newer agent? Oh, okay. Well, what's your business been? I mean, we can look at history with you. Do you know what percentage you typically are?
Almost 50-50.
Okay.
I'm like 60.
Okay, great. So I mean, I would roll with 60-40 then for now until you change, right? History is your guide until your efforts prove otherwise, right? You know, if you look at most real estate teams right now, most real estate teams are buyer heavy, not listing heavy, just because of the way the market is. And because frankly, it's easier to add buyer centric agents than it is listing centric agents because listing inventory is so low. Yet, do you think as a rainmaker, I mean, I'd much rather be 60-40 seller than 60-40 buyer. Yet right now, guess what we are, you know? So if I'm planning for 2021, am I really thinking that the market's going to change or my lead gen efforts are going to change or the team's lead gen efforts are going to change enough for me to flip it from 40-60 to 60-40? Right? Are we having real conversations with ourselves in our business? I don't personally believe that in the current economic status that I'll be able to flip my business from 40-60 to 60-40. However, I think I can get it to 50-50. Right? So we have to use history as a guide and then apply our new habits to it. What new habits can you add to your business to get it to the percentage that you want it to be?
So was your year 2020 64, I mean 40-60, like 40
In buyer favor.
Yeah, and then the year before, I'm just
It was
looking at.
like 45-55, and the year before that 50-50. So as my business has grown and we've added agents, we've been slowly fading, unfortunately, to the buyer side.
Okay.
You know, so until we get now I'm on radio and now I've got more outreach to people that can refer us listings, and as those people that we sold homes to 3, 4, 5 years ago come back to sell now, right? There are ways to push that back up to be an even business. Mm-hmm. The best lead gen we can be doing right now is calling people that bought 3 years ago, because guess what? They've got equity. People that bought 4 years, 5 years ago, they've got tons of equity. They probably want to upgrade. The average American loves to spend money. You all realize that, yes? Like, let's use psychology to our advantage. All right, does anybody else want to run through the numbers together on a specific number?
I do.
All of you have to know how many appointments you need to go on when we leave the room today. If you don't know how many appointments you need to know, raise your hand.
Oh, my hand's raised.
All right, let's do it, Donna.
Donna, okay. All right.
I
I'm
heard your
scared.
voice, young lady.
I'm super scared. Okay, so I want to do 360,000. My expenses, not including my company split, are 72,000. Oh, good.
And then how much
Okay.
cost of sale are you projecting?
Oh, I didn't get there. So I guess just do cost of sale. Cost of sale. I forgot what the definition.
Well, you got your any
like
agents
referral.
any
Yes.
agents, referrals.
Yes, I have 2 agents on the team and they're on a 50% split.
How much production do you think they're gonna do?
I would say probably oh my mercy, I don't know. That's why I get so hung up on
You know
this
what they
stuff.
did this year?
around 20,000 each. They're both new.
Okay,
I mean, like,
so do you think they're gonna do
commission-
more in 2021 than they did in 2020?
Absolutely. The goals are up there. So let's say 100,000 each.
100,000 gross each or 100,000 net to each?
Gross.
Okay, so that's 100,000 in cost of sale. So that gets you to 121. That's your cap, and then 100,000 in buyer agent split.
Okay.
That means your total GCI would be 553. What, which is in line with page 3.11, I believe, is a $500,000, depending on what your average commission is. Do you know what that is? You know what your average price point is?
250,000.
Okay, so page 3.11, Donna, is going to be pretty darn accurate for you if you're a 50-50 business.
Really?
What do you know what your ratio is of listings versus buyers?
60-40, 60 buyers, 40 listings.
Okay, let's walk through that then. So if we go 40 here, 60 here. Okay. Now, what do you think of these ratios that they've pre-fed us? We've got, if you go on 10 listing appointments, you take 7.5. And if you take 10 listings, you sell 7. Are you okay with those conversions, or do you want to alter them?
No, the listing conversions have to be way up there, like 9 out of 10.
And what about
And
gone
then
on?
buyers- What?
Is that for gone on as well, or just once you take them,
Yes.
they sell?
Yes, I have a high ratio there.
I'm going to give you 85, not 90, just to be a little conservative.
Okay.
All right, on the
And
buy
buyers-
side, we've got you do a buyer consult, or an agent does a buyer consult. Right now they're running with 70% hire you. What do you think that number should be?
I'll go ahead and leave it there.
Okay.
My challenge is them sticking with me, so.
Got it. Yeah, so the 70%, if they hire you, what percentage of people that hire you buy a house?
I would say probably around 70%.
Okay, so that's pretty accurate. So then these numbers right here, Donna, should be pretty close to accurate for you. We've got to go on 3.2 listing appointments a month and 7.5 buyer appointments a month. So for the year, we'll round up. You need 40 listing appointments for the year and 90 buyer appointments for the year.
Okay,
How do you feel about that?
good, actually.
High
Yeah.
five.
Yeah, that's.
I like it when people feel good about things. Right? Because we all get these like scary things in our head that frankly hold us back. And then when you see the real numbers, guys, these are part-time numbers. 3 listing appointments a month is part-time. It's part-time work. We just have to put in those 40 hours to get the 3 appointments. If you guys put in full-time work, you get full-time results. You know, and that's where we have to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, did I work 40 hours this week? Or did I play on Facebook for 10 hours? Did I work for 40 hours a week, or did I just chit chat with my friends? Did I work 40 hours a week, or did I just preview properties on the MLS all day for no reason? Right? Is this fair conversation? Is it okay that I'm being real?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there anybody in person or on Zoom that if you guys truly lead generated for 3 hours a day, you couldn't set 3 appointments a month? Is there anyone in here that doesn't think they could do it? If you truly lead gen for 3 hours a day? If you actually, and I'm using these words on purpose, like these, like, it's like actually like lead gen for 3 hours, not sit there for 3 hours, like call people, talk to people, message them, text them, write handwritten cards, whatever the heck you're doing. If you were working for 3 hours a day, reaching out to customers, following up with leads on that last hour, the first 2 hours has to at least be new lead generation, and then 1 hour of follow-up, et cetera. If you guys truly did that 5 days a week for 3 hours, could all of you set 3 listing appointments?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if we're not getting that result, it just means you guys aren't working. So, you know, coaching 101, right? If your ratio isn't showing up here, you go 1 step below it. So what do I mean by that? If you're not setting enough listing appointments, what does it generally mean? It means you're not talking to enough people. So you raise your contact number. If you're not selling enough listings and you're going on enough listing appointments, what does that tell us? You need to work on your listing presentation. So whenever you have a number not showing up, all you have to do is go to the box before it and it will tell you what the issue is. So for 99% of the people on Zoom or in this room, it's just you're not talking to enough people. And I already know the answer. And you know the answer because I see it on all your faces when I say 3 hours of lead gen, right? I see the little smirks and the giggles and the, you know, which is like, I'm glad that you find it humorous. And yet, if we just did our job, you would all hit these numbers.
Jeff, can I ask you a question?
I'm going to shut up now. So yes.
So Gary Keller says 3 hours of lead generation includes preparation and, I don't know, some closing activities. Is that what it means to you as well?
That is not what it means to me, no. So it's 3 hours of actual lead generation. So the prep time is a separate calendar item on your calendar.
Okay.
In fact, the best time for you to prepare for your morning lead gen is the previous day.
Right, now, Jack, can I have a follow-up question on that?
Yeah, of course.
Lead generation well, let me ask, is lead generation also conducting email campaigns, Facebook campaigns? It's actually just phone calling.
No. Lead generation is anything proactive. So anything that's automated, we're not calling lead generation, right? So for you, lead generation could be an open house, lead generation could be a networking event, lead generation could be door knocking, lead generation could be calling your database, lead generation could be calling expireds, FSBO, circle prospecting, canceled listings. It could be one-on-ones with referral partners. It could be anything that is proactive where you are reaching out and conducting activity with the purpose of creating more business.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Very fair.
And then follow-up is follow-up. I mean, you know, Gary Keller says if you want to make a lot of money, you do 3 hours of lead gen and then an hour of follow-up. And yet for some reason, like a lot of our materials and such says 2 and 1, right? 2 hours of lead gen, 1 hour follow-up, which frankly for the goals that we have is probably enough. We just have to at least do that. Here's the cool thing, right? Lead generation takes many forms. I'll give you an example. I'm lead generating right now, right? Who in this room is impressed by me thus far? Okay. Who in this room would send me a referral? Who in this room would send me a referral if you knew someone looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in Tampa Bay, Florida? Raise your hand, right? So I just lead generated with 10 people in front of me, right? Because when they now naturally come across somebody looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in Tampa Bay, Florida, who are you going to think of?
Jeff Borum.
Yeah, I literally just programmed their brains that I'm going to get a referral. And guess what? Because now your RAS has been activated, you're going to find someone looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in Tampa Bay, Florida. You're going to naturally call me and I'm going to get a referral. I am lead generating right now. And the way I'm lead generating though is via value. I'm providing a value. And because I'm providing a value, I'm going to be top of mind. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So you can lead generate literally by spending time at your kid's school. You just have to bring up real estate. Lead generation has to involve a real estate conversation. There's many different ways to lead generate. One of them is lifestyle, right? If you work out at the gym every day, great, then own that gym. Have everyone at the gym know that you're in real estate. Wear a real estate t-shirt every single day that you work out. I wear a real estate shirt every time I go to the gym, except the times that I forget. Or I wear a real estate t-shirt every time I go to the gym, right? That's ownership and commitment to lead genning at the gym. And unfortunately, right now I'm the latter. I probably wear a real estate t-shirt 50% of the time I work out at the gym. So if I want to own the gym, I should wear it every time. Right? That's lifestyle lead generation. Spark up conversations with the people and the places you're already conducting business, right? Is this conversation helpful?
Very helpful.
Awesome. Any other thoughts, questions, comments?
Jeff, I do have one.
Go ahead.
Here in the back, you can. On the model, the economic model, at the end it says 28 months and 30 months. Are we not doing 12 months?
That's appointment per month, not number of months.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
All right. Any other, does everyone know how many appointments you need to go on? And Tyler, you are going to share the spreadsheet. So you guys can play with this number. You guys can play with the spreadsheet and really confirm what that looks like for you. Is that cool? Or he already did it, so you guys can do it. If you all need help on this, you can follow me on Facebook at my personal page, which is just my name, Jeffrey Borum. And I am really close to 5,000 friends, so I'm probably not going to be able to accept your friend request. Yet if you follow me, you can message me, right? So Facebook Messenger works if you're not friends with people, FYI. So we can communicate, stay in touch via Jeffrey Borum, which is my personal, or I do have an entrepreneur page, which is Jeff Borum, which you can like and message me there as well. Cool. So if you need help with this, my assistance does not end at 4 o'clock. I mean, I'm available. You guys can message me. Cool.
Cool.
All right, so we're going to jump into that 411 and start building it now that we've done our economic model. So round one on page 319 is to put your net income goal and then how many total units you need, number of listing appointments, buyer appointments. So that goes in the top section for the year. And then in the monthly, you're going to put the number of listing appointments and number of buyer appointments. And then you're going to do the same thing for the weekly. And I'm going to give you a few minutes to do that. So go ahead. Page 319, we're filling in the first part of the 411.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
me, sorry.
Oh, it smells good.
It's okay.
I don't know what they're doing.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
It open?
How are we doing filling that in? Everyone done?
Yeah.
All right, how do you guys feel in general on the economic model? We feel strong about the number of appointments we need to go on? Zoomers, you good?
Yes.
Yes.
Love it. Then let's do some ahas on page 3.21. Let me get 2 big ahas and then make sure you write down what your #1 action plan is from this chapter. 2 ahas.
When you break it all down, the numbers aren't as big as you think they are in your head.
Chunk it down, right?
Yeah.
Thank you
Make
for
it
sharing
more-
that. Who else?
Make it more realistic.
We got 1 Zoomer. Let's get an in-person. 1 aha.
Easily reachable.
Easily reachable. I love it. You guys hear that? And that means if it's easy, we can do what?
Go past it.
Or
Make more.
We can raise it.
Yeah.
That makes me even more excited. I was talking to a buddy of mine that runs a top 25 team in KW, Chris Craddock in North Virginia. He's kind of a big deal. And I like saying that, kind of a big deal. So he, I mean, he's like I don't know what he is exactly. I'm just going to make up some numbers that sound good. I think he's like 400 units. They have that's a great average price point up there. So he's probably doing, 4.5, 5 million in GCI, pretty solid business. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
And he told me that his team exploded when they always just had the whole like, oh, well, if a team agent does 2 deals a month, like that's pretty good, right? Once they changed the culture of like what typical was, they just started talking about 4 deals a month like it was normal. Because he's like, well, this doesn't make any sense. I'm running a team, he owns other entities, businesses, investments, whatever he's tied up in. Every big agent at that level is somehow involved with other stuff, right? So he's like, if I'm doing all this other stuff and I'm still selling 4 houses a month, why would somebody on my team that's just focused on real estate not sell 4 a month too? And literally when they just had that mindset shift on the team that 4 deals a month was normal, guess what happened? They all started doing 4 deals a month because everybody does 4 deals a month. It's just a belief. It's now a culture on his team that if you're an agent on his team, you do 4 deals a month minimum. Because it's doing 4 deals a month on a big, powerful team hard. I'm in the same boat as Chris. Like, I feel like I'm like 2 years before Chris. I'm sitting here, I'm like, well, I pretty much sell 4 homes a month and I'm involved in other things. I'm running the team. I'm doing this. I'm teaching, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, if I can do 4 a month and frankly, I could do more if I really wanted to, can't everybody else on my team do 4 deals a month too? So I literally now just start talking. I say 4 deals a month. I just started because Chris Craddock spoke to my team at business planning in October. So since October, 4 deals a month is normal. Is that conversation helpful?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to share Jeffisms if they're not helpful. So if I'm giving you too many personal examples, let me know.
Everything you shared so far has been extremely helpful, Jeff.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure, and that's why I'm bringing up Chris Craddock and not Jeff Bourne, because Chris just did it. He went from 400 units to, or 200 units to 400 units. And he literally told me the #1 thing that helped them do that growth was literally believing that 4 deals a month is just the norm. All mindset, people. All mindset. All right. The best part, we're going to start talking about lead generation. Who's excited?
Yeah.
Everybody's favorite part. We're going to drive hard so that we can get to lunch. Let me see here. Why don't I want to get back to the PowerPoint, which is right there. So now, un momento, por favor. And then we're going to talk about lead generation, everyone's favorite subject. Go grab the food. I'm hungry. Literally 30 seconds away from starting lead generation. You all can start the countdown. Oh, I'm too fast. It didn't even take that long. Here we go, people. The moment you've been waiting for. All right, lead generation. I already shared with you what the 4 laws of lead generation are. So what is lead generation? It's capturing the contact information of persons who have shown interest in the types of services you offer. Who wants to read what a lead is?
I got it.
Wow.
Lead, a person who has shown interest in the services you offer and whom you can contact.
Perfect. A contact is a person you've met and put in your database. And you all realize in Command, you can have contacts and you can have leads. And it is appropriate to treat them differently because one, you are doing a solicitation for business services and one you're building a relationship with. They're different things. So we've got prospecting and marketing, right? So this is, we already alluded to this with my conversation with Juan. What is prospecting? Prospecting is time intensive, proactive, and can produce immediate results, whereas marketing is money intensive, passive, and has a delayed response, right? If you're gonna postcard a neighborhood, if you're gonna spend money on radio ads, if you're going to put your face on a billboard, right? It takes time for people to get mind share from that so that you can get market share. And we have to understand that sometimes we have to work on mind share and then get market share. Make sense? All right, on page 4.3 gives you all kinds of options of how you can prospect for business. And yet what we know is most agents get most of their business from 4 or less sources. So let's just shout it out. Where does most of your business come from?
Facebook.
Sphere of influence. Where else? For sale by owners. Fastest source of business opportunity. What else?
Repeat
From?
Referrals.
From?
Here.
Yep. So we got sphere of influence. Thank you. What else?
Open house.
Open houses. Agent referrals.
Past clients, referrals.
Sphere of influence.
I have to say that those Facebook ads through Command are bringing in leads.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Anybody else have a significant portion of their business come from another source that wasn't named?
Jeff?
Go ahead.
Repeat and referral?
I'm sorry?
Repeat and referral?
Absolutely. Yeah. Repeat and referral, sphere of influence. We've got open houses and we've got FSBOs thus far. Does anybody have anything else?
Door knocking.
Or this is your business. You're getting a good big chunk of your business from door knocking.
So far, yeah.
High five during COVID too. There you go. God bless. We gotta throw in for door knocking. Anyone else?
Database.
Yeah, database would be sphere of influence, past clients, repeat referral.
I did not know this until I took a webinar a couple weeks ago, but you can get possible leads through IMAP.
Like you can find out, say, who's behind on their taxes. They may
Yeah,
be
so
looking to
we
sell.
have, you guys are on the same MLS as us, correct? Stella MLS?
No, we're different.
Oh, okay. So we have, with our MLS, we have Remind is included. Do you guys get Remind? So Remind does all the analytics type stuff that
Okay,
you're
so
talking
anybody
about.
that's here in the Space Coast, IMAP, you can find.
Yeah, in
stuff like
IMAP,
that.
sure.
Yeah.
We have IMAP as well. So
Okay.
we have multitude of tools. Yet what you're finding while you're bringing up like cool stuff that like we could spend energy in, you're actually demonstrating what the example is don't do that. If you're getting business from 2 or 3 of the sources we said, why are we going to go play with stuff that nobody's getting business from? Why not double down on where your business already comes from? Are you with me? The average real estate agent does 82% of their business from 4 sources. And I got news for you. I think that's fluff to all, you know what? All of you in this room and on the thing or on the Zoom call are probably getting all your business from 2 main sources. You're probably getting 90% of your business from 2 sources. Does anyone have an exception to that rule? Where you're like, no, Jeff, I've got 4 things and they each give me 25% each. See, they, you know, sometimes you can make an educated assumption because I've talked to hundreds of agents and I've had 0 agents tell me they get all of their business from 4 equal sources. It doesn't exist. Thus, let's put our time, energy, and money in what already works for us. Make sense? So this is the lead flow system. Somebody's doing something, so I'm going to check. Maybe somebody's like, no, Jeff, exactly. Social media and referrals are my 2 sources. Yep, exactly. See, everyone has 2 sources. All right, so we've got, if I can do it. There she is. All right. So this is the flow, just to give you a visual, right? You've got lead capture coming in, which feeds your database. And then you've got leads that you're getting from your Facebook command ads, right? Or anywhere else that you're getting leads. And then you're using a 19 to connect touching command to turn them into contacts over time and to turn them into customers for now, right? And that's the flow. So it's capture them, drip on them, strengthen the relationship, turn it into business. Now, what is a 19 to saturate? I need a mouse. There it is. So this is a lead that you get. Maybe it's a lead that says, hey, you know, I'm going to buy in a year. Well, what do? You do that. Don't overthink it. Obviously, you already have them set up on an MLS search. Buyers really want us for 2 things at first. The public's value of a buyer's agent is really limited to, I want to look at houses online and I want someone to open the door for me. That's their initial value, right? And is that a pretty low bar for you to meet?
Yes.
Yeah, is that what the public wants from a buyer's agent? At first, yes. Now, once they get more into the process, they do want someone that can educate them on the market and educate them on the area, et cetera, and do what we do as real estate agents. Yet if they're a year out, 2 years out, they literally want to look at houses and they want to know if they want to see one that you can show it to them. We cement with value. And then once they're in our database and we're turning them from a lead into a contact or they are a contact, we have our 36 touch. Now, what you'll notice on this 36 touch is that it involves things outside of email. It involves the phone. You get to call them. Is that pretty revolutionary? Now, here's what's awesome that COVID did for us. So COVID has not exactly been the most fun thing to ever happen to this country, right? That's my perception. And if we're looking for the positive in our industry, it's enabled us to touch our database literally almost unlimited without being a bother. What do I mean by that? Now, we're in Florida and Florida's pretty darn open, yet people are still not interacting the same that we did a year ago. Would you agree? Mm-hmm. People starve for interaction with humans. We want to talk to other people. We want to see people. You could call, text, Facebook message, some form of communication with your database now on a weekly basis if you choose to. What's funny is before COVID, people wouldn't even call people 4 times. And now I'm telling you, you can call them pretty much every week if you want. Quick text, quick Facebook message, whatever's appropriate. Phone call monthly, at least for your top people now. Literally, if they're a business owner, can you check on them? Hey, how's business? What's going on with this? Hey, do you see this restriction get lifted? Hey, did you see whatever? I mean, there's always something to touch somebody with a value. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Or it's just, hey, like, hey, I know we're not getting to see each other at the networking events we normally do. So I'm just going to check in with you monthly and see how you and your business are doing and see if there's anything at all I can do to help you. I want to be a value to the people that are in my life. You just tell people that. Make sense? Are we very lucky at Keller Williams to have the education that we do and the leaders that we do to get through the crud like COVID? Yes or no? Do people in other industries have what we have? Right? We could literally be business life coaches for the people in our lives. We can provide value. And I'm assuming this is a pretty touristy area. Like, they could be getting hit pretty hard right now, even though the real estate market's booming. That doesn't mean everybody's booming. Is this making sense? Like COVID specific? Like we can call, text, Facebook message a lot. And what's that do? When you show people that you care, do they become more or less loyal to you professionally?
More loyal.
Yeah. All right, on page 4.5, make sure you write down what your top lead sources are. And there's no reason to add to that until you're doing a really good job at those. If you don't have a real 36 touch set up and you're a database agent, then there's zero reason to add any other lead sources until you have a real 36 touch. And a real 36 touch is this. It's calling people, it's mailing people, it's emailing people, it's doing events with them, getting face-to-face when you can, right? That's a real 36 touch. If you don't have that, all you have to do is activate it. What's great about Command and technology is we no longer have to create anything. You just have to implement what's already there. So if you have not implemented a real 36 touch, you don't even have to add any other lead sources. Just do it. Done. That's your lead gen. Is that simple enough? We're planning events. My team is a big event team. We do a lot of events, and this year we didn't, which kind of stinks. And yet you can't live in it. You have to adjust. So I went to a lot of video, right? I mean, tons of video on Facebook, YouTube, emails, right? Because people get that connection from you. Now that we can do in person again, outside seems to be kosher enough. We're going to do an outside event in February, an outside event in April, and then we're going to move back to my traditional routine probably in June or July. Now that's based off of what I'm perceiving the vaccine rollout to be. So in February, we can do a brunch outside. There's nice restaurants. We're in Florida with outdoor space. So we're going to do a brunch for probably 150 people outside. In April, we're going to do a barbecue at a park that we can have 500 people. The most we've ever had show up is probably 350. Yet we can do a barbecue outside for hundreds of people. Now, what's the value of doing events besides the actual event? What do you get the opportunity to do?
Network.
What was from the computer?
Network and add to your database.
Yeah, you're adding to your database, especially if you're doing something like a barbecue that doesn't have a cap on it. Could you tell the people that are the best people in your database to bring a friend with them to, so you're literally multiplying your database. What else happens for an event? How do you get people to an event?
All the marketing.
Yeah, you invite them a lot, right? So if you're running an event, you could call everybody and invite them to the event. How hard is it? Like sometimes agents say, well, I don't know what to say to pick up the phone and call someone. Well, is it hard to invite someone to a barbecue? I'm pretty sure we can all pick up the phone and call someone and say, hey, great news. We're throwing a barbecue on February 17th and I'd love to see you. Do you think you can come? So we're taking away your inhibitions to picking up the phone. Just throw a barbecue. You can be a brand new agent and do a barbecue for $250. You don't have to go broke on this. Guess what? Hot dogs and hamburgers are not that expensive, even in 2020. And if you're just starting out and you've got 40 people, I mean, seriously, hot dogs and hamburgers for 20, 30, 40 people is not a lot of money. It's a lot cheaper than whatever you think you're going to spend on postcards or this or that, right? If you're a big established agent, you get sponsors, right? You can get sponsorships to offset costs too. Make sense? So we get to call them, we can evite them, we can Facebook event them. If it's a higher end event, you know, if you're doing something smaller for like your top referral partners, you can do written invitations. I mean, so we can now be touching people from an event 3, 4, or 5 times, plus the event, plus the people that come to the event, right? You can take a photo with everybody that comes to your event. You can do a scavenger hunt. And one of the things on the scavenger hunt is they have to take a photo with you. So now you take a photo with them and guess what you do with that photo? You can send it to them. So now you've got a follow-up touch after the event. Hey, it was so great to see you at the barbecue. Here's the picture we took together. You know, it was so great to catch up. I look forward to seeing you next time. Is this helpful?
Yes.
And everybody on this call or Zoom or in person, do what I just said. Hamburgers aren't expensive and a scavenger hunt doesn't cost anything and a selfie pic costs $0 and a video text, photo text, email text doesn't cost anything either. It's all free. That's lead generating by the model. It's owning the 36 touch. Does anybody have a success story of how they've used the 36 touch to grow their business? Bueller? All right, what are you all thinking on Zoom? Did I lose you or you're there?
We're here.
We're here trying to think of more event ideas.
Well, don't worry about that. I can help you with that, Don. I mean, remember, it's outdoors right now. You really want to be COVID conscious. So, you know, we're in Florida, so we're lucky. I mean, you can do outdoor happy hours, outdoor brunches. You can do barbecues outside when the weather's nice. You know, you can do a fall festive thing. You can do photos with, you know, it might be a little bit late to plan now. Maybe for next year, though, you can do photos with Santa outside. You know, I mean, there's always something that you can do. You know, there's people doing drive-in movies, right? You know, there's tons of options to do stuff outside. And then obviously there's still online options too. I mean, I'm personally not a big fan of it, which is why I'm not promoting it when I'm the one talking. Yet there's other agents that are doing online events and things of that nature. I just think we're very fortunate in Florida because we have so much outdoor space and parks and restaurants that we can do a lot of outdoor stuff. And most people are pretty okay as long as it's outdoors, if you agree with me. And if you don't, that's fine. Do something online. Figure out a way to do an online event to touch everybody in your database. Whatever works for your business and your customers and your database. Cool? And when all else fails, pick up the phone and call them. Guess what? It's holiday season. How hard is it to call someone and wish them a happy holidays? Is that a hard phone call? Ring, ring. Hello. Hey, it's Jeff. Keller Williams was calling to wish you a happy holiday season. Oh, thanks, Jeff. Happy holidays to you too. Great. How's everything with you and the family? Oh, everything, you know, blah, 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 whatever they say. Was that a hard phone call? I didn't even need a script practice partner to practice that one.
Okay, but I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead,
When
please.
you have that conversation about the holidays and the family, how do you wedge the real estate aspect?
I don't. Now, here's the deal. Do most people that I know that I'm in real estate? Yes or no?
Yes.
What are they gonna bring up?
Real estate.
What do people that know that you're in real estate ask you all the time?
How's the market?
How's the market? How's business? Do I have to bring it up?
No.
And guess what? If they don't bring it up, guess who doesn't bring it up? Because I'm calling to wish them a happy holidays. I'm not calling to sell them a house. I'm building a relationship. Jeff Borum, if you're doing your job right with a 36 touch, your name is synonymous with real estate. If you're following a 36 touch, they know you're in real estate. Now, the issue is when you don't do a 36 touch and they don't know you're in real estate, then you feel like, oh, I have to bring up real estate. Everybody that I know knows I'm in real estate. And you should be the exact same. I'm not special. I just tell people I'm in real estate when it's appropriate. And then when it's appropriate for me to wish them a happy holidays, I wish them a happy holidays. Make sense? All right, someone else had a question? I thought I saw it. Yeah, no? Did someone on Zoom have a question? I'm just losing my mind. That's okay too. All right, then let's write down at the bottom of 4.7, how many people are in your database today? How many people are in your database? And then write down how many people you communicate with regularly. And communicate with regularly would mean not just email. Like you actually call them, text them, interact with them. Facebook message them, Instagram them, Snap them. What's the new one? What's the other one now? TikTok them. I mean, I don't care how you do it yet. How many people do you communicate with? I don't have TikTok.
I don't even know how to work that.
All right, did everyone write down their numbers? What do we got? What are we working with?
600, 200.
You communicate with 200 regularly?
Yeah, I try.
¿De dónde eres?
Like I do a lot of texting because a lot of people don't answer the phone. So a lot of my people are a lot of texting. So texting goes really quick through the day. So I do a lot of texting about 10 people a day.
Okay, and there's 20 working days in a month. So if you were doing 10 a day, you could touch 200 people a month. How accurate is that statement?
Well, I go on the weekends too, and I try.
Oh, that's 30 days then.
Yeah, like just whenever. Like,
Now, how do you know who to text?
Well, I go through my phone list, A, B, C, and all that kind of stuff. So
it's just discretionary powers. You have discretionary powers.
I don't know exactly what you're saying, but
You just pick who you want to text.
no, I go through my list, A.
So you hit everybody that's in there.
I try, yes. So that's why I say.
I was
have
waiting for this
600.
try word. There it is.
Well, I have 600.
Yeah, well, that's my point. How do you know who the 200 are that you're gonna text?
Well, the ones that are not the business, like for example, the inspector and stuff like that. Here and there, I do the inspector, but I don't have like a relationship with them as my, friendship relationship. So.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't text a home inspector either, so
I
that's
got a lot
okay.
of
We're on the same
contacts
page.
A lot of my contacts over there, that's what I'm saying, are kind of like the.
Well, how do you think?
company and stuff.
I love what you're saying, by the way. So I don't mean to be coming across the wrong way. I'm curious how we could make it more systematic than scrolling through your phone list. What if those 200 people? What if you forgot about the 600 people and you just took the 200 people and uploaded those 200 into Command in their own list?
Yeah.
Right? Would that be helpful? Like, don't even upload the 600. Just upload the 200. We don't care about the other 400. They don't exist anymore. So if we took those 200 people, uploaded that specific list into Command, now you could do a real 36 touch on them systematically where Command tells you when to text them, when to email them, when to call them.
I do have them on the quarterly, monthly, the monthly update
Yeah.
thing, and I do have them all on Facebook too.
That's awesome. High five.
So that's kind of.
I just want those 200 people on their own list. I want you to be able to go into Command and click a tag and get those 200 people and nobody else.
Yeah, that's my goal for next year.
For next year, it's
Well-
December what? Fourth? How long do you think it would take you to have those 200 people tagged?
Oh, a long time.
A long time?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
I'm very detail oriented, so like if I don't do it like this, then it takes me a long time to do it because I have to do it like.
Well, I'm pressing here for a reason because I hope everyone's learning from this conversation. Because when I'm saying to her, all of us should be doing, myself included, at a better level. How long does it take to just tag the 200 people? So if we break this down logically, what's step one? Step one isn't perfect. Step one is tag them. How long would it take you to take out your phone, scroll through it, and tag the 200? We're just going to call the tag 200. So tag 200, you're going to tag those people. How long would it take to just add the tag?
So my problem.
No. Let's just stay on my question and then we'll go to your problem. How long do you think it would take to just scroll through your phone with command open and add the tag to those people?
I don't know what you mean.
With command open on your.
Yeah. So on your phone, she's texting people from her phone. Yes. So she has a contact list on her phone. I want her to sit at a chair with her contact list on her phone, and on her desktop, she has command up, and she says, I'm going to text Bob. So Bob, she types in Bob's name on command and adds tag 200 to Bob. Then she goes to the next name that says Bill, and then she goes to the computer and puts Bill and tags 200. How long would it take to transfer who are the 200 people I communicate with regularly on my cell phone so that they're tagged in command?
Okay.
How long would it take to do that?
4 hours.
3 or 4 hours. Perfect. So when can we have that done by?
Okay.
Monday.
Today,
Well,
Next week.
next week, yeah.
Monday, Tuesday.
All right, who's gonna hold her accountable to it? Who's friends with her here?
Nobody.
Okay, who do you want to be? Who do you want to be your peer accountability partner? Just to have the tags done, nothing else, just the tag on the 200 people.
Well, the two toughest one over here will be Adam and Lisa.
Okay, both of you are now assigned that next Friday you have to check in with her on that. Is that fair?
Fair.
Is that cool? Is that a cool project that all of us could do, right? Like, who do we really communicate with, and are they tagged as the people you communicate with in command? Who else? Raise your hand if you need to do that exercise too. All right, find a peer accountability partner so that you get it done, please.
That is gold.
What was that?
That is gold.
Oh, it's gold.
GOLD.
I thought you were
Yeah,
mad
the
at
other-
me.
the other thing too-
Thank God.
I'm gonna throw Kevin under the bus. Kevin has a tool that he can show us how to import the phone contacts directly to command, and I believe it allows us to include a tag.
The only challenge with that is I don't want all 600 people in command. I only want the 200 people.
Okay.
I don't want to muddy command up with a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
Let's start with the people we actually communicate with so that we have a clean, nice list to do the 36 touch on. And then as you develop new people, you add to it. Yeah, we don't want to just dump 1,000. I have people on my phone, Juan, that I have no idea who they are. I mean, I
know. I have
I've had
Hobart
the same,
Chinese
I've had the
restaurant.
same phone number since I was 16, and I've transferred my contacts every year, right? That I get a new phone. I don't want all of that in command. I want to know who do I need to do a 36 touch to. So if you have a clean phone that really has your people in it, then that's awesome, and let's do it. Yet if you've got 600 people and you only want the 200 people, let's take the 4 hours and do the manual labor and get it done right. Is that fair?
Yep.
All right. So I've already discussed everything on page 4, except now we go into my favorite thing, segment leads, right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about base level, who do we communicate with? Who should be on our 36 touch? Now we can go deeper with it. Who in here has a niche that they would like to develop or a type of professional that they could work with and get referrals from, right? This is where we can segment our database so that we can be more specific for certain groups of people. So let's throw out ideas. Who are good professionals for referring business to real estate agents?
Attorneys.
Attorneys, what else?
Mortgage lenders.
Mortgage lenders, okay.
I have one.
Landscapers.
Yeah.
Landscapers.
Always have their realtor.
Moving companies?
Moving companies.
Who's gotten a referral from a moving company? Raise your hand. All right, all right,
And
what's
there's
next?
people from in construction.
Healthcare, who's gotten a referral from a healthcare professional?
Like in a skilled nursing facility.
You're getting closer, but let's just stick with the broad question, because I want you guys to think strategically. Who here has gotten a referral from a medical professional? Okay. Okay, what else?
Hairdresser.
Hairdresser. Okay, hairdresser is great. What else? Who can naturally refer real estate transactions because of what they do for a living?
Contractors.
Contractors.
Title companies.
Title company. Who's gotten a referral from a title company? I own a title company. I've never gotten a referral from a title company. All right, what else?
What about apartment property managers?
That would be fantastic. Property managers in general that don't sell real estate are great referral partners.
What about lenders?
That's good.
I run a 200+ unit team and we get 1 or 2 referrals from lenders a year. So we either stink or we don't know what we're doing. I do know some people that get in with more like a brick and mortar branch loan officer and they get referrals from them. It's very few realtors actually get a lot of referrals from lenders, yet some people that figure it out get a lot from it. In fact, one of my favorite people in Keller Williams is Joe Delia. He's up in Detroit, and he started real estate just in like 2015 or 16. Like he hasn't been in the business that long, and he now owns a mortgage company. He owns a market center for KW, and his team, I think its best year was like 450 units. I mean, the guy's a freak, right? And he grew his business so fast. I think in his 3rd year of business, they closed 400 units. And it's because he went and he did happy hour with all the junior loan officers in Detroit with, who's the online 1-800? It's now Rocket Mortgage is the subsidiary. Who's the main company? Quicken Loans. So Quicken Loans is based in Detroit, Michigan, and they have hundreds of junior loan officers that are getting paid peanuts to sit there and be telemarketers and do loans. So Joe went to where they all hung out and made friends with them, and they sent him all of their buyer leads. So he was really strategic about it, and Joe blew up his business in 3 years from brand new to 400 units, and that's a big part of it, was Quicken Loans. All right, what else? Who else can refer us lots of business? What other professionals?
I get mine from law enforcement, but I come from the law enforcement.
Yeah. So it's just you already know them, they trust you, right?
Yeah.
So that's
And
awesome.
military.
That's awesome. That's awesome if you have a previous profession that you can just feed into, right? Because you're from there. And for those of us that don't have it, what professions can refer just naturally because of what they do for a living?
Insurance agents.
Insurance agents, absolutely. Who else? Hopefully you guys are jotting some of these ideas down. All right, do you want me to help you a little bit?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna go macro with you. Macro is big, micro is diving deep. So macro, anybody that touches other people's money for a profession is a good referral partner. Bankers, CPAs, financial advisors, attorneys. Those 4 professions touch people's money in some capacity. Make sense? So they are a trusted professional that touches somebody's money. Now, there's also subsets inside of what I just said. There's professional fiduciaries, there's trust officers, blah, blah, blah. Yet the big macro is financial advisors, CPAs, bankers, and attorneys. Naturally, who's going to refer business more naturally? Someone that has a 9-to-5 desk job or somebody that's in sales or a business owner?
Sales or business.
We want to load our database with other salespeople, because guess how salespeople make a living? Selling and referrals, right? And guess what we need people to do for us to get more money? Send us referrals and sell us. Pretty simple, right? So generally, remember, we're sticking in macro for a minute. So we've got people that touch money, we've got salespeople, and then the last quadrant is business owners, because what do business owners do? Both of what we just said. They're touching their business's money. They have some sort of influence on all of their employees. And they're also usually movers and shakers because they're building a business. They're working referrals, they're selling stuff, etc. Now we can go into subsets below that and figure out what niches we would be good at, right? So like before COVID, you could get in with an event planner for weddings and things of that nature, right? Because they could refer people, they're dealing with people. Even just regular event planners at hotels, right? Just because they're talking to people, throwing big events, they're successful, they're spending money. So there's event quadrant. The young lady in the back right, which her name is? Isabel, brought up assisted living, skilled nursing. Usually skilled nursing is too far down the line, right, to get real estate referrals. Yet we're in Florida. We've got independent, we've got assisted living, right? We've got CCRCs. A CCRC is a continuing care retirement community, CCRC. So a CCRC is a place where you usually have to write a big check to move into, and then you can stay there pretty much for life. You're going to have a monthly payment of an HOA and taxes, yet these people are writing a check for 150, 250,000. So if they're writing a check to move into a retirement community like that, what do they typically have to do? They have to sell their home. So if you're not familiar in the senior world, there's all kinds of professionals. I had coffee yesterday with a lady that basically, she has a business that does placement into assisted living. She does in-home care, and she does a little bit of social work. Do you think she's a good referral partner? Absolutely. And she's a business owner. And guess who took his time yesterday to coach her on how to talk to people and market herself for more business? Me. So I provided value to her. I literally coached her up and fixed her script so that she could get more business. Because she had a limiting belief, just like many of you do. You know, I have probably 10 estate and probate attorneys that send me referrals regularly. And a lot of you will say, well, how can you get business from them if you're not giving business back to them? And she had the same limiting belief. I want us all to think more like mortgage professionals, home inspectors, and title companies. How many of those people have no problem soliciting you for business with no expectation of ever giving you business? Am I right? Why do real estate agents think we have to give referrals to get referrals? I've never met with a loan officer that's like, yeah, I'm going to give you referrals and you give me referrals. This will be a great win-win. I have you give me referrals and we'll give great customer service. Am I crazy? Guess what? We're in Florida. How many estate and probate attorneys are there? 8 trillion. Guess what happens when somebody passes away? What happens to the house? Somebody's likely going to sell it. Someone's going to sell it. Family law attorneys. Guess what the divorce rate is in Florida? 55%. Guess what happens when people get divorced? What do they have to do? Bankruptcy attorneys. Guess what's coming, people? Are there people with financial hardships? Are there going to be short sales and foreclosures? Guess what a bankruptcy attorney can refer you? I recently did a one-on-one with a real estate attorney in my area that told me that in the spring, he'll have 2 or 3 short sale listings a week for me. If he's completely fluffing me and it's only 1, am I going to be upset? No. He already sent, I literally met with him 2 weeks ago, FYI, during, like the Friday before Thanksgiving, and I already took 1 listing from him. Real estate attorneys give real estate referrals, by the way. I didn't know that. Honestly, before I was ignorant towards that. I thought real estate attorneys stunk at being referral partners. And now I've got 2 real estate attorneys that send me business, one of which sent us 6 listings this past year. All right, any thoughts, questions, comments around genre into targeting, right? How do we load our database? We don't want 200 people that have desk jobs. We take them, we don't say no to them, yet we're not gonna spend our time, energy, and money to hunt them down. If we're spending our time, energy, and money to build the most amazing database on the planet, don't you think you wanna add people to your database that can send you referrals all the time? All right, did I blow everyone's brains up? How are we doing? You ready for a lunch break, Zoomers? Did I hurt your head or are we good?
We're good. We're hanging in there.
All right, I know I just like dropped a lot of stuff on you, so let's digest it. Thoughts, questions, comments around this?
Opportunities are endless.
That's very, very, very true. We didn't even talk about commercial brokers. We didn't talk about business brokers. I mean, there's so many different people that can naturally refer real estate. It's really crazy. If you let your brains, if you just relax and let your brain get creative and think about like what professionals can refer real estate regularly. Real commercial real estate brokers don't want anything to do with residential real estate. They want zero to do with it. And yet, guess what? If they're selling big commercial projects and properties, guess what they have referrals for? Some nice, expensive real estate. People that buy multi-million-dollar commercial properties also buy million-dollar homes. Just saying. Just saying. All right, really, no thoughts, questions, comments?
I have a question. So starting out, how do you start to build these particular relationships with these people that can get you these referrals?
Great question. Thank you. That's the next step, right? Let me ask you a question. Does everybody know one attorney? It doesn't matter what kind of law they practice. They could be a personal injury attorney, a business litigator, whatever. Does everyone know one attorney?
Yes.
Guess what attorneys know more of? Other attorneys, right? So just like real estate agents have realtor associations, there's also bar associations. They're all members of bar associations. They all network with other attorneys because most successful attorneys are very niche based. If they're a family law attorney, they don't do personal injury, yet there's always referrals in the attorney world. Makes sense? When someone gets divorced, they have to redo their estate planning. So the family law attorney is referring to an estate planning attorney. So if you're friends with an attorney, all you have to do is ask them for an introduction to another attorney. That's step one. And you can do this for anything. I'm just using attorneys because that's my thing, right? If your thing is I want to build out a financial advisor network of high net worth individuals because you want to sell luxury real estate, well then guess who financial advisors know more of? Financial advisors. If you don't know any financial advisors, attorneys, CPAs that you can reach out to for more introductions, guess what you can do? You can take the top 10 people in your database that are like your people, right? The top 10 people in your database will pretty much help you no matter what if you ask, yes? So if I called you and I'm like, Tyler, hey, it's Jeff over at Keller Williams. Did I catch you at a good time? Sure, yeah. Hey, Tyler, you know, I was sitting here looking at my business and I just realized that we have a need to meet an estate planning attorney. So I'm calling a few people that I trust just like you to see if you know an estate planning attorney that you would rate a 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I got a couple of them. Send them to you.
Tyler, you are the man. I so appreciate that info.
Yes.
And when I reach out to Bob, the estate planning attorney, is it okay if I let him know that you said we should know each other?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. We're
Yeah.
good friends.
In fact, would you mind just sending an email to the two of us, connecting us and letting Bob know that I'll give him a call this afternoon?
Sure, yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Make sense? So I'm literally leveraging my database to get to what I want. And if I did that in real life and you weren't in real estate, would you help me? Remember, you're a top 10 person in my database.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you call a top 10 people in your database, do you think you can get a couple introductions to some people that could refer you more business?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Did I answer your question, Miss Goldstein?
Yes, you did.
Ivy.
Thank you so
I
much.
just remembered your name, Ivy. All right. Any other questions before we finish this? We covered everything in lead generation. So we're going to break Oh, we just didn't do the math. Let's do the math real quick. My apologies. Page 4.15. Page 4.15. Remember, you just wrote down how many people are in your database. So now we're going to see how many appointments that database will get for you. So at the bottom of 4.15, take the number of people in your database, multiply it by 0.06, and then multiply that number by 0.5. Does everybody have that number? All right, what's the number?
7.5.
7.5. Is that how many appointments you need?
That's how many you'll get. if you
This is a
grow.
very, very conservative approach to how many appointments you're going to get, because this is rolling leads and contacts together. It's your total database. See, the MREA says that you get 12-2 ratio on your 36 touch, like real database. This is now, command is leads and contacts. All right, so then at the bottom, you can take your goal. Let's say your goal for appointments from your database is 50. You would take 50 and divide it by 0.06 and then multiply that by 0.5, and that would, or divide it by 0.5, I'm sorry, which would tell you how many people need to be in your total database to get that appointment goal. Did everyone follow that? Okay. I don't think so. That's okay. All right.
Jeff?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the first one, I did 1200 times 0.06
Yep.
times 0.5 is 2.16.
That doesn't sound right.
No, 1200.
So 1200 times 0.06 would be 72 times 0.5 would be 36.
Okay, I just did it. I did the math wrong. Okay, thank you.
That's okay. I'm here all day. All right. Did anyone need help with the bottom part?
Back at our whatever our amount of contacts.
Yeah, so the amount of contacts that you need to hit your appointment goal is the second formula.
So when you did the other one at your net income and everything else, and how many appointments you needed?
Right.
All you do is take the number of appointments you desire from your database. So let's just say it's 50. And you divide that by 0.06.
Thank you.
And then you divide that by 0.5, tells you how many you need. All right, and then during lunch, your homework assignment is to fill out page 4.21 is your homework assignment to have when we reset. Is food ready?
Yep.
What time, what time is it? 12:01. So we're gonna take a 30-minute lunch and you guys are gonna do page 4.21 during lunch. Thank you. When we get back, we'll do ahas from that section.
Jeff, should we sign off or?
No, don't sign off. Just mute yourself, turn your video off if you want. Do not sign off.
Wow, it's gonna take a minute. I did the Sonia to add 15 of these, which isn't really terrible.
God bless America. I should probably mute me too, right? Let's mute Jeff.
Fucking toilet's not working, so.
Hey, welcome aboard.
All right, Zoom people, welcome back.
Nice to meet you.
Did everybody get their homework assignment on 421 done?
What? So I'm waiting to do mine because I needed.
All right, people, who's ready to come back? Give me a whoop whoop if you're ready to come back. All right, I got a couple people online. I'm liking it. Anybody else excited? Fire the cannons. Stage the day. All right, let's get 2 ahas from lead generation.
It's the first time I've heard the financial advice.
My aha from lead generation is, I don't know if someone's talking, but, building your network, build a network outside of just real estate, figuring out who can be a part of your referral team.
Smart
Do you need
ladies.
some seats?
I like it. What else?
I like the part that double down on what you're
They have
good
my
at.
Costco, the box, but grab a pack.
I don't think
Or if you
Costco's
only need a
gonna
little,
save
you can
us.
have what's out of this.
All right, yeah, so double down. Who said that? That's a good one. I like that.
I did.
Thank
Brianna.
you, young lady.
I love the part where you emphasize that other industries and fields don't necessarily, expect referrals back and forth, that, we can ask for referrals without having to, always with the anticipation that you have to give one right back.
Well, are there ways to provide value without giving a referral? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday, the lady, I've never given her a referral. I may never give her a referral. I took my time to walk her through her dialogues when she's talking to her referral partners, et cetera, right? You could give somebody that's in business the One Thing book, right? We have a best-selling business book that Keller Williams is affiliated with because of Gary Keller wrote it. My best referrals ever that I've ever received is from a MRI salesperson. So big business in Florida is personal injury law, right? There's lots of car accidents, lots of personal injury. So inside of every business, there's all these like little subsets that you never even know exist. So there's MRI companies that solicit attorneys and doctors to do the MRIs. Well, my buddy that I went to high school with, who I knew, but I wasn't like friends with him, like he was just like a guy at high school, so we knew each other, is an MRI rep. So I was selling a commercial building at the time, back in 2011, and he popped into it to see if there was any doctors he could solicit for MRIs. So me and him reconnected. Guess what his whole network is? Personal injury attorneys, chiropractors, surgeons, all successful people, generally speaking, right? He referred me back in 2012, right after I reconnected with him, an up-and-coming superstar personal injury attorney that at that time I sold a, what was the largest sale of my career at the time, a $925,000 house back in 2012. Since then, I resold that house for 1.35. I sold them I sold a $980,000 condo. They bought a second place. They got divorced, the husband and wife. So I sold the wife a $900,000 house. I sold the husband with his new girl. There's always a story. I sold them a $650,000 house. His new girl had a $300,000 townhouse. So I sold the new girlfriend's $300,000 townhouse. And now, and we literally just closed the beginning of this year, the gentleman with his new now wife, I sold them $1.1 million house. and I'm selling the house I sold them for 650, actually closes today for 730, that I sold them 2 years ago. So I don't know if anybody tracked with that, right? And that's just, I'm sharing him because he's literally my best client of all time now, between him, his ex-wife, and his new wife, you know, whatever. But the gentleman though that sent me that referral has sent me several other referrals, right? And he's an MRI sales rep, because guess what? He's talking to doctors and lawyers all day. That's somebody that I want to send me business. Are you with me? All right. So you don't even think about that. Like most of you probably didn't even know there was MRI reps even existed, right?
I did because I used to be in the medical field, but
Yeah.
I was thinking too, when I was talking with Lisa the other day, and she was saying, you know, when I go to my eye appointment, bring in a box of like Publix cookies or something like that. And I'm thinking, you know, I watched for 20 years, I watched drug reps and MRI reps and all these reps come in and schmooze the doctors. Why can't I do that? Why can't I bring some cookies or something in my cards or something? I watched it for 20 years.
There you go. Well, you know, one more tip, and then we do have to move on. We really should do a checkbook exercise on our business. So I'm going to go ahead and cover some budget stuff and combine it with lead gen right now, because this is like common sense. You should check your credit card and your checking account to see where you're spending money and if you're getting any results from it, right? So red light, green light, where are you spending money? Are you getting a result from it? So you should analyze your marketing budget, expense budget, and where are you spending money? Are you getting business from those people? Have you talked to those people? Where do you spend money? If you're spending money with somebody, you should have a referral relationship conversation with them. Where do you spend money? Landscaper, pool guy. You get my point? Start at the bottom and work your way up. Does your landscaper know that you're in real estate? Does he ever run into people that are doing a little landscape architecture to get their house ready to sell? Right? The pool guy, does the pool guy know that somebody lets them know, hey, we're thinking of selling our house, so we're not going to need you in a couple months? Hey, well, I'm sorry to hear you going. Would you mind sharing the info with the new buyer? And have you interviewed realtors? I happen to know a great one, right? Dentist, doctor, chiropractor, you get the point. CPA, financial advisor. Most of you haven't even had a referral conversation with your own financial advisor, your own CPA, your own attorney. Start at home. Does this make sense?
Yep.
So my homework assignment for all of you is to do a checkbook exercise to analyze where you're spending money, are you getting a return on it, and confirm if those people are even in your database and have you had a conversation with them about referring business back and forth. On page 4.23, we're going to build out the next little section of your 411. You're going to write down on the annual goals how many contacts in your database you need to get to hit your goal. You're going to have 1 event for leads and 2 events for contacts. And then your monthly goal, how many contacts do you need to add a month? You're going to call 1/3 of your database monthly. You're going to send an item of value to leads, an item of value to contacts. Let's write that down in your goal worksheet. That's already pre-filled out for you. You don't have to write it down. That's pretty awesome.
Where's that?
I don't know. It's already done though.
4.23.
4.23. It's pre-filled out. I don't have the student version. I didn't realize it was pre-filled for you guys. That's pretty sweet.
Not the blanks, but what you're telling us you want to send one.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. I don't even have to tell you. It's already done. Work smarter, not harder. All right. So now we're getting into the budget, right? We're on page 5.1. So you've got the MRE cash flow. What are your numbers? What's your goal for net income? Go ahead and write it in. We're going to make you write these numbers down like 5 times today. We're going to pump it into your brain so you never forget. Bless you. Net income goal. And what are your operating expenses, cost of sales? So what's your total GCI we're going to generate in 2021? All right, so there's two tools in the budget model. We've got a budget and a profit and loss. Who can tell me what the difference is?
Ones that you think is gonna happen and ones that really happen.
Budget,
Attaboy, if you couldn't hear him on Zoom, a budget is your projection, a P&L is what really happens. So we've got two mindsets, right? We've got invest, don't spend. And we've got practice accountability, not accounting. So are you holding the money accountable? If you're going to take on a marketing expense, you have to A, understand it's an investment, and then B, are you going to do it at the highest level to make sure that you get a return out of it? If you're going to postcard a neighborhood once a month, is that enough to get market share in that neighborhood in 2020?
No.
So if you're going to spend money to postcard a neighborhood, what are you going to back it up with? What layers can you add?
Door knocking.
You could door knock it. What else?
Hopefully open houses in the same neighborhood.
Open houses in the same neighborhood. What else?
What I did with the little, like for Halloween, I put the little thing at their houses or, you know, say
Like
for
a
the
door
new
hanger.
year, little calendars.
Calendars, door hangers. What else?
Phone calls?
Yeah, circle prospect it, right?
Yep, we have them.
Absolutely.
Yep.
What
Email,
else?
You need to get their email addresses, add them to your database.
All right, so that's pretty good, right? So if we did all of those things, could we get market share in a neighborhood? My throat's getting dry. That means I'm talking too much. I need more volunteers. Let's get somebody to read on page 5.3 these 4 items. Who would like to read? Go ahead. Just be loud so the mic can.
Cost of sales. This is the cost of acquiring revenue and includes the commission of listing specialist, seller side, and the commission of buyer specialists, buyer side. Contains transaction dependent expenses, meaning they are only paid if a transaction takes place.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Want me to
All right.
go?
Hey, Zoom, I want to make sure these people are awake. I've got 90% just black screens. So if you're on Zoom and you can add your camera, please do so. Thank you. Thank you for reading. I appreciate it. All right. We're on page 5.5. Now we're breaking down the MRA chart of accounts.
Hey, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Back on page 5.3, the buyers. I was looking at the cost of sale, and then you have the listing seller side, or listing specialist, and the buyer specialist side. What, I'm a little confused about the buyer specialist side and cost of sale.
What's your question?
I don't exactly know what my question is. What would be cost of sales?
The split with the buyer's agent is the cost of sale to the rainmaker. So if you're a buyer's agent on my team and the commission is 10,000 and you're on a 50-50 split, the way we do a MREA accounting is you start at the 10,000 GCI and you show the split out to the buyer's agent of 5,000, 5,000 to the team. So the 5,000 to the buyer's agent is the cost of sale.
Gotcha. Okay.
Make sense?
That does, yes. Thank
All
you.
right. Any other questions? If I move too fast, please ask the questions. In theory, we have an hour and a half to do the budget section. I typically do the budget section literally in like 20, 30 minutes. And that's just because no one asks any questions. So, I mean, if you have questions, we have the time allotted in the class to handle them. It's just if nobody asks me anything, I just keep going. Fair?
Fair.
All right, 5.5, cost of sale, operating expense in detail. So this is breaking out, these are the expenses that you're allowed to have, right? So the cost of sale, again, remember, we've got 5% for the listing side. Gary Keller believes that the listing specialist on the team should be a salary position with a bonus, right? So that's our fearless leader's belief. Now, let me explain to you how that's possible. Because many of you are saying, well, Jeff, who the heck's going to work for 5%? Well, let me ask you a question. how many salespeople are out there right now that are darn good salespeople that make between 75 and 150 a year that work for a corporation doing something? Right? Who here right now, if I said to you that my team produced 25 listing opportunities a week that were set for you, or the warm lead was given to you and you set your own appointment, yet the conversion part was mainly 80% done for you. You just had to go on appointments or firm up appointments from sign calls, repeat customers, like what we call layups in the business, right? If we had 25 of those a month and all you had to do was go on those 25 appointments and the admin team did everything for you and you just negotiated the contract and the transaction manager did everything else, you all would come work for me for 150 a year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everybody would, like 90% of agents, right? Then there's the 10%, right? We have the 90-10 rule we're learning, right? But for those of you that were muted on lunch, we had some very candid conversations about 90-10 rules, right? The 80-20 rule is so 1999. It's now 90-10. Everything's 90-10 in this world. 90% of realtors make no money. 10% of realtors make all the money. Make sense? Well, if you got your team to the place where it was a machine, whether from marketing, whether from past clients, whether from ISAs, that you were bringing in those 25 listing appointments a year, you could hire someone on a salary of $75,000 a year and bonus them per listing $500, and they would be your listing specialist because the team is a machine. The more you need the agent on your team to produce leads and lead generate, the higher their split's going to be. Make sense? So if you want to build a big business, your job is to bring in business and provide support. That's how you control the listing side split. Now for buyer's agents, their MRA model is 50%. There's plenty of big teams that actually pay less than 50%, especially if an ISA sets the appointment or it's team generated, et cetera, right? And what Gary Keller teaches us is if you're building a big team, you need to give those agents 50% of their business, and then you want to coach them up for them to bring in 50% of their business. The listing specialist, you should just be feeding. 90% of the listing specialist business should just be from the team. That's how you get to a 5% split. The buyer's agent on a 50-50 can be 50-50 business from the team and 50-50 from them. Does that help with the mindset around how that keep that split low? Does that help Zoom people? See, I know the questions. You all are like, how do you pay a 5% split? Well, that's how you pay a 5% split. You give somebody 25 listing opportunities a month. That would be even better if it was a week. All right. And then we've got the breakdown of the MRE chart of accounts. Understand that these numbers are just best practices or averages from the people that Gary and Jay interview. They don't have to be exact. The only number that needs to be exact if you want to hold your margin is the 30% total. So let's say that you're not spending $62,000 on education and coaching. Well, then you can divert that money somewhere else that you do need it, right? You know, $360,000 in salary for $1 million net team is not a lot of money. So you might need more money on salaries, for instance. So if you're spending $30,000 on coaching and education, now you've got $30,000 to re-divert and hire 2 VAs or hire 1 entry-level admin or something. Does that make sense? You can play with those numbers. You just have to keep the total at 750. All right, let me get the PowerPoint back up so that we can see these numbers on Zoom. You guys are going to be so grateful that you can see all the math and numbers. All right. There we go. All right, so this is averages and then best practices based off of the size of business. So what you notice, what Gary and Jay did is they literally did interview people in Gary's mastermind group, other top agents, and they found out what the averages were, which is the ones on the left. So you notice a lot of people that have a 1.6 million in GCI, the owner's total, when they say net income, that's any and all compensation to the owner, right? So like you can back in salary, distributions, like it's the total compensation to the owner. You know, it could include an IRA contribution, a SEP contribution. So the average rainmaker with 1.6 million had a total package of 416 versus the best practice at 1 million even is 390,000. So basically the same amount of money. So the one on the right is what happens when you control your splits and your operating expenses. And then the left is what happens with agents being sloppy because they're making money. And that's what it is, sloppy. Because most people that are running big teams that are now making 300, 400, 500,000 never made that kind of money before. So if you're used to making 75,000 a year and now you're making 400, does it make it a little bit easier to be laxed on your splits? Does it make it a little bit easy to spend a little bit more money here or not cut something that's not really paying you a return? That's what it is. It's being sloppy. Are we really holding our money accountable? Because I got news for you. Even if you don't need 400,000 to live on, you're living on 200,000. It's still better to make 500,000. You could give 100,000 away to your favorite charities. You could sponsor literally 5 kids a year to go to college. It's much better in your pocket than some marketing company that's not giving you any return on your money. Let's hold our money accountable so that we can be on the right side of the ledger. Any questions or thoughts on that? And that was spoken from someone who's on the left side of the ledger. So I'm allowed to slap myself on the hand too. Come on. All right. I need a mouse. I'm so old, you know, I'm used to a mouse. All right, operating expenses by GCI. So I know this is probably just like whatever to most of you, but this is a cool sheet, 5.7, to come back and review and like compare with your business to make sure as your business is growing, are you keeping it in line with where it's supposed to be? Anyone have any questions on this? Who has a team? Anybody on Zoom have a team?
Donna does.
Any questions? Right, so this is somebody else's headache, as they say. Bless you.
Thank you.
People always ask me that too. It's just funny, you know, and we briefly had a conversation about like joining a team, not joining a team. What's so funny, you know, is like, I think most people think they want to be a rainmaker of a big team. Like that's like the dream, right? I'm like trying to say this properly. Even probably 90% of people that are capable of building a big team probably shouldn't, right? It's so much work. It's so many headaches. If I could go back 7 years ago before I really started wanting to build a team, if there was a team already established that could plug me in and have me sell and make 300,000 a year, I mean, I would sign up for that in a heartbeat now, even, you know, it sounds fun. And you have to have if you're going to go for it, like you got to go for it and you got to do it right. Otherwise it's not worth your time because you're looking at these numbers. A lot of these rainmakers are building these teams to not make any more money than they would if they just sold. And I promise you it's 2, 3, 4x the headache. So if you're going to have 2, 3, 4x the headache, you probably want a financial reward from it. That's why it's so important that we hold our money accountable and we don't get lax with it. Because guess what? If you're a skilled salesperson, business owner who can run a 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100 million team, you can probably sell 15, 20 million a year by yourself with one assistant. Are you with me? And guess what? If you can sell 15 million a year with one assistant and net 300,000, why are you going to manage 10 people, 12 people to net 300,000? So if you're going to take the dive and build a team, follow the model so that there's a reward at the end of the tunnel. Just spoken from somebody that's done most things wrong.
Haven't we all?
Well, that's why hopefully we learn from it. So you don't have, you know, some of us have to experience some of the same lessons, yet you don't have to experience all of them. Like if you can skip a couple of the lessons, that's a value. You have to do all of the pain, right? All right, page 5.9, let me get a reader. Go for it. Speak loud.
The expense associated with different paid positions within your team are budgeted in cost of sales or compensation or both. 1, when is the expense of a cost of sale? When they are paid on a commission or bonus structure. Typically, buyers, agents, and showing assistants are paid by bonus. Example, a buyer's agent receives a 50% split of the buyer's sales they handle. This expense occurring because a transaction was completed is accounted for under cost of sales. 2, when is it an operating expense? Compensation. When they are paid a salary, typically salaried positions are classified as employees. For example, your admin may be paid a salary as an employee when you pay yourself a salary. 3, when is it both compensation and cost of sale? When they are paid a salary and a commission or bonus. Typically, ISA/OSAs and listing agents are paid this way. Example, a listing agent gets paid a salary plus a bonus for each closed transaction. Salary goes to compensation and bonus goes to cost of sale.
Thank you for reading. Page 5.11 is a blank MRA chart of accounts. So homework assignment is filling this out for your business and or just open a spreadsheet. If you're brand new, open a spreadsheet and put money in, new column, money out, and track everything that's related with your real estate sales business. If you're a successful agent, have a team, then and you don't have the MRE chart of accounts, get your accountant to use it if you're using an account. If you do it yourself, start plugging in those numbers, see how you fit. How do you match up with the budget? If you go back to a couple pages to 5.7, you can circle or highlight the one that's going to be your business in 2021, and then you can compare your real numbers to the budget model on page 5.7. Everybody should at least have a spreadsheet monthly showing money in, money out, and should have a separate checking account for the real estate business as a bare minimum, even if you're a brand new agent. Can we all do that? All right, any questions on the chart of accounts? All right, then we got the 4 budget focus areas on page 513. Let's get a fresh reader who's never read yet. Can you be loud from back there because the microphone's up here, or come up here?
I'm pretty loud, but.
She is pretty loud.
And I'm not shy. Okay, 4 budget focus areas. Lead with revenue, make money before you spend it. Lead with lead generation, not expenses. Generate revenue in your real estate sales business that will in turn fund the growth of your business. Number 2, play red light, green light. Maintain careful spending of money to make money. When costs go up with no results, stop. When costs are within the budget, go. Always measure your ROI, return on investment. Stick to the budget. Number 3, stick to the budget. No need to be committed to exact MREA percentages. Achieve economies of scale. Don't allow expenses and salaries to increase at the same rate as your revenue. Hold your investment and people accountable to the revenue they generate. Number 4, get into a rhythm. Visit your money regularly. Examine your budget on a weekly, quarterly, and annual basis. Reset your budget annually. Observe the trends, look for variances and changes to your ROI.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, on 5:15, some avoid budget model traps. So not taking the time to understand how the models work and connect to other models. Being too lenient with money, right? That's what we were just really talking about. Like, oh yeah, let's just spend money here and one day it's going to pay off. We got to hold the money accountable. Hiring too many people too quickly. Chasing GCI instead of return on investment. It's not about what comes in, it's about what you keep. Running a strict 30-30-40 business. Not accounting for one's own expense salary split. Being uncomfortable with budgeting and holding oneself accountable to it. So what's great is now Command can do anything and everything. So a lot of us that are running big teams, we're using third-party CRMs. We're using, my team has had KW or Team Leads, Boomtown. We use BombBomb, Canva, Trello. You get the point. I mean, all of these different things. And now all of that can be done inside of Command. And Command's just $25 a month that you were already paying with a technology fee. Isn't that cool? All right, homework, or not homework. We're going to do this in person, in class. So we've got page 517. What you're going to do is you're going to fill out the My Business Plan budget model, right? So you're going to take your numbers and you're going to do the calculation based off of GCI to see what your numbers would be based off of the MRA. And then if you know that they're different, you can put them in the right column for My Budget. So I'm sure you're all thrilled to do this. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do so. And then we'll regroup and see what thoughts or questions you have. Fair? Yep. Go ahead, 5 minutes.
Jeff, what does occupancy mean?
Rent. Rent.
Like if we were renting an office or something?
Oh, it was right, it was the 411, but I kind of skipped over it.
I have a mission for one of you if you choose to accept it.
So
What is it?
yeah, I thought it was really accurate.
Coffee.
Well, I would love to. Anybody else? I can.
Yeah.
Much as before.
I know, right? The water.
One of you aren't a cookie. All about leverage, by the way. All right, how are my Zoom people? We doing good? You ready to party? That's what I call numbers partying. Was everyone able to do it? Have any questions? I knew you'd all be so excited during the number portion. I prophesized it and it came true. You all just need more time? Am I just bothering you? All righty then.
Where would you put dues, like, you know, for flex and stuff, is that education?
Office expenses and supplies.
There should be a,
Seems like a reasonable answer. Yeah, I'll roll with that. I don't know where I put it.
So
Must put it there. Or it's communication and tech. It's tech, right? MLS. Now I have to stand back here, Tyler.
yeah. It's easy, pretty good. I'll move it. I just want to look at that.
All right. Who's still rocking and rolling? People are still doing it. I'm impressed. Went through my P&L 2 days ago for last month. No, not 2 days ago for last month. 2 days ago for the month before. So October. It's kind of fun. I do it monthly. The paperwork says to do it bi-monthly, like review it twice. So FYI, you should review your P&L at least monthly. You should check your checking account weekly. You should always check your money. Do you touch your money daily? Speaking of money, this is slightly off topic. Who has a net worth tracker that they update monthly so that you always know what your net worth is? Anybody on Zoom, you have a net worth tracker?
No.
Too scared to look at it right now.
Really? Well, let's do something about it. It doesn't take long to make a change, right?
Yeah.
So the cool thing is that if you buy 5 real estate houses, 5 residential houses in the next 5 years, then you don't have to really worry too much because you know that you're going to retire a millionaire. This is assuming that you're 50 or south, right? So if you're 50 years old or less and you buy 5 houses in the next 5 years, you can retire a millionaire. So I created a thing when COVID happened, you know, all these people that failed science class were hashtagging science all over Facebook. So I decided to hashtag numbers, right? So when I talk to people now and they're like, well, Jeff, how do you know that? I just say hashtag math, hashtag numbers. So I'm really passionate about this. Obviously, you can see I brought it up 3 times. We're in real estate, and I know so many people that are in real estate and don't even own their primary residence, let alone an investment property, or they own a primary residence and 0 investment properties. I mean, we should be able to find one pretty darn good deal a year, wouldn't you say, if you're a full-time realtor? And then just buy it yourself. If you bought a $150,000 house today, right? Do those exist in this area?
They do.
I don't know. Rhetorical, right? So if you buy a $150,000 house, right? Let's just do like real quick math. I love math. Hashtag math, numbers don't lie. If you bought a house for $150,000 right now, that was 10% below market, so it's worth $165. You got a decent deal, so you bought it for $150, and you put a mortgage on it with a 20% mortgage. What would your mortgage payment be? Somebody help me out.
$800 a month.
$800 a month, yeah.
Okay. Does somebody actually want to do it? Like go on to the internet and go mortgage calculator and slap it in for me, and I'll keep talking. So we've got a $150,000 house that's worth $160. Let's put 20% down on it. So that's your mission, is to make enough money every year that you have 20% left over to buy a rental property, right? So it's $30,000. So you're really only financing $120,000. So the mortgage payment at a 3.5% investment loan over 30 years is how much for the PI?
So it's $516 monthly payment.
For the PI on a $120,000 mortgage with a 3.5% interest rate?
Yep. Perfect.
So say that number one more time. 516. 516 is the principal and interest, right? Then you've got taxes. What do you think taxes would be on a $150,000 house around here?
Annually?
Yeah.
$900.
900, that's it?
Well, it depends, but.
Throw out a bigger number. That seems light in the.
1,200.
1,200.
That's it? All right, $100 a month, right? So we're at, what was it, 516? So we're at 616. How much do you think insurance on that house costs?
About the same.
$1,500 a month.
Really, that much?
$1,500.
Your insurance is more than ours. I get insurance on $200,000 houses for like $700-800.
Oh, no, not here.
Well, you know what, you could get it, because I have a house under contract.
I
for
can't imagine Cocoa Beach has more
$1,300 if it's
expensive
not-
insurance than
it's not
Ellis
the flood
County.
I wouldn't.
There's no way.
It's because of 2004 when those 4 hurricanes hit us.
All right, anyway, so let's roll with it. That's another $100, right?
Yep.
That's 716. What would a small 3-2 block house for $165,000 house, what would that rent for?
13 to 15.
Great, 1,400, right? Are you doing property management or doing it yourself?
What do you recommend?
I don't do anything myself. I have a
Yeah,
property
it's a
manager. All right, so I'm paying the property manager $100 a month, so we're up to 816, right? So we're at 816. The house is rented out for 1,400. We've got 10% for vacancy and 10% for maintenance, right? These are pretty conservative numbers. That's another $280. That brings your total to exactly $1,100. So you're cash flowing $300 a month, right? Are you with me? And that's $300 with an estimated 10% vacancy, 10% maintenance. So I mean, we're putting real numbers in here. So you're making $300 a month. You're paying down that mortgage. Even year one, you're getting $200 off a month, right? And then historically, what does real estate appreciate at? What rate?
2.5 to 3%.
4%, right? So 4% of 150,000 is what? $6,000, right? So we've got $6,000 plus 3,600 is 9,600, plus even year one mortgage pay downs, $200 a month is another $2,400. That, ladies and gentlemen, is called $12,000 a year, and that's not taking into account any tax benefits. So what's $12,000 divided by $30,000? 40%.
40%.
I got you. Don't worry, boo. I got you. All right. So that house that we just bought for $150,000 is giving you a 40% return, cash on cash return. Does anybody want to go find one of those?
Oh.
What do you guys think of that little math lesson on the computer? Who wants to buy a rental property?
Me.
Now, are we educating? Let me ask you a question. If you couldn't do what I just did, how can you educate your database on buying investment properties?
Just like that.
Yeah, and you guys don't have to be math whizzes. Like, you're allowed to use a calculator or like pre-do it, so you already have it on a paper. You don't have to do the math on the fly. You know? Yet if you spent 30 minutes, couldn't you just like prep that all on a little Excel spreadsheet so you're ready to rock and roll? Now, what if we did the same numbers on a $300,000 house? Because guess what? There's people that don't really need the cash flow, but they don't want to lose money, right? It's got to at least break even. So break even in my world is $100 a month cash flow. That's breaking even. So you got to have a little buffer. Because some people are just like, hey, I want to take that money and divide it by 27.5 and do it, put it on my tax return to help me on my taxes. So you could break it down like that for your wealthier clients and show them what a $300,000 or $400,000 house would do. Because I know you guys don't care about the budget model we were just talking about, so I'm using the time to talk about rental properties. Is that fair?
Sounds good.
Yeah. And when I say you don't care, it's not that you don't care. It's just I know you're over that sheet. So since we're over that sheet and I have plenty of time, I'm using the time to provide you with what?
Value.
Value. Thank you. All right. Was that valuable?
Yes.
All right. Homework assignment for all of you is page 5.19. You're going to do your profit and loss. Like I said, if you're not doing these forms already, at least start doing a money in, money out spreadsheet. Yet here is a profit and loss that you could be doing on a monthly basis to see how you're doing. 411, we're now going to add on 5.21. You're going to be updating your budget annually, and then at monthly, you're going to be reviewing it and adjusting as necessary. And then every month, you're going to review your P&L. Thoughts, questions, comments? You know what else people don't take into account with rental properties? I'm just not letting this go. What's the average increase of rent annually?
$50?
No. Like 10%.
Well, I mean, recently rental rates have been popping through the roof, right? Let me give you a quick example. I bought a 2-bedroom, 2-bath in my area, like lower end. It was rented out for like $850. And it was the one and only person out of all the rentals I own that they didn't pay their rent during COVID. So the second the moratorium got lifted, he got evicted. We turned around and we put a little bit of money into it to upgrade it. And I think I put $12,000 into it to clean it all up because that was like a takeover. Like we bought the house, it already had the renter in it. The rent went from $850 to $1250. That's what the rental market's doing right now. Rental prices are exploding higher, right? So I was sitting here and I'm like, you know what? I had a little bit of more money in cash than I need or insist on having, because I do insist on having like a 6-month reserve and everything. So I had a little excess cash, bless you, that I wasn't using. I'm like, you know what? Normally, I haven't bought a house straight out of the MLS since short sales basically went away, right? I mean, I haven't bought a house out of the MLS in like 5 years. So I'm like, you know what? Rental rates are so good. mortgage rates are so good. I'm just gonna pick a house out of the MLS that seems like a decent deal. I'm just gonna buy it, even if it's retail. I don't care. So I go and do so, and I'm thinking in my head, hey, you know, I have my whole like break even rule. Like, hey, as long as the cash flow is 100, 200, I don't really care about this one. You know, I just want it to be cash flow positive. I thought it was gonna rent for $1,600 a month. Guess what it rented for?
2,000.
It was gonna rent for $2,000 a month. We made a deal for $1,900 because he's doing the lawn himself. Normally at that price point, we would pay for lawn service. So the rental market's so good that we got $300 more a month than I thought, and that's with the homeowner being responsible for mowing the yard. Buy rentals when you can afford to. Save up that 20% and buy a house. That's your budget plan. Your budget plan has to include having enough money at the end of the year to have 20% down to buy a rental property. Notice when I'm saying buy a rental property, it's save up the money and have 20%, not buy the house with hard money, not use your credit card. It's buy the house when you have 20%. So we have to set our goals and our budget so that you have enough money at the end of the year to have 20% down to buy a rental property.
Or house hack it.
What's that?
Or house hack it.
Well, that's for a different class, okay? That's for a different. House hacking is where you literally like you can buy a house and have roommates as an elementary example. So say you're a single guy, you buy a 3-bedroom house, the mortgage is $800 a month. You get 2 roommates. Each of the roommates is paying you $500 a month. So now you're making $200 a month on the house you live in. So you literally live cash flow positive $200 a month. That's house hacking, right?
You do the same thing with the duplex too. Buy duplex, rent out one side, make your mortgage that much cheaper, and then every year or two move out.
Yeah. This gentleman is all about house hacking, which is fantastic. He's saying you can also buy a duplex, live in one, right? So FYI, you can buy a quad plus with an FHA mortgage and live in it and rent out 3 units, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there's more than one way to skin a cat. I'm giving you the retail easy way. There's also lifestyle ways and obviously more advanced ways, right? Who's read the Millionaire Real Estate Investor book? That's the model I'm giving you. I'm literally regurgitating the blue book to you. Buy properties 10% below market value, add value if you can, put a 30-year mortgage on it, rent it out, forget about it, right? All right, so budget. Let's get 2 ahas on the budget model. Who learned something in the budget model? And then write down what your action item is on page 5.23. Two ahas.
The red light, green light, and really paying attention to that. Because I get telemarketers calling me all the time. Hey, we can get you koozies or with your logo on it.
Wow.
Get you, all that kind of stuff.
Or let me just pause you. Let me make my point. Has anybody ever gotten a call because they're like, I was hanging out somewhere and I saw your name on a koozie, so I just had to call you? Has that ever happened to anybody? Thank you for letting me make my point again.
Or like this one guy calls me for cutting boards.
Well, cutting boards are awesome.
As a gift, yeah. I mean,
So,
Cutting boards are fantastic.
are you?
I'm being facetious and awesome at the same time. I give cutting boards sometimes as closing gifts because they're, you can brand them. They in theory, they can bring them out during whatever. I mean, everybody gives, 95% of agents give a closing gift. Yes. 95. And we all give a closing gift that doesn't give us anything. So, I mean, it's just like, that really is like part of the business. Right. And if you're going to give someone a closing gift, you might as well give them something in theory that's memorable, right? So if you're a single agent and you're doing X amount of business, then you can do a special like gift bag, you know, or the baskets, like something that's like unique to them, like their sports team or where they're from. Like if you have the time and the energy and you're creative, like you can make a closing gift that's remarkable, that stays top of mind. If you're running a big team and you don't have a person that's their only job is to do that, then you have to do something that's just a system that's duplicatable, and then you just give them a cutting board or a knife or something, right? And then, any thoughts, questions, comments from the Zoomers on that? That's why I don't think you're getting any business from a cutting board. I'm just giving you a hard time because I do give cutting boards, but we have to give them something, right? We're giving a closing gift. What else? One more aha.
Well, when you said, you know, you're talking about careful spending, one of the most important things I think is when it's a new person, single agent. I wish more people would tell me, you know what, don't listen to everybody that says they can help you, like with your social media or your website or.
Gosh.
I never did social media before I got my license, and I hired somebody to do all that for me.
Yeah.
Well, now I've taught myself to the point where I do more than they did for me.
Yeah.
So you gotta be careful where, like you said, make sure it's held accountable. What are you getting for spending it?
Yep. All right, anything else on the budget? Who wants to learn the organizational model?
Yeah.
Do we need to like stand up? Just not a break, just like stand up, shake it out, get the energy up. How's that sound? If you're at home, stand up, shake it out, stretch your arms a little. We'll do half of this model, then we'll take our afternoon break.
These chairs are cushy, I'm really glad.
Don't take a nap. See, I'm sitting here while I'm teaching, you know, you learn more from teaching than you do even taking the class. I'm like sitting here in my brain, I'm like, oh, I want to do that. Oh, I want to do that. And then it's like, okay, I need to write that down, right? Because we're all geniuses up here. If we don't make it a written goal, what happens? Fades away, right? We got to write it down. It's got to be a written goal. What was it? 44.1% more likely or more successful when it's a written goal? 42.1. I think it's 0.1. At least I got that part right. And what is it? 77% when it's written and accountable?
Yeah.
All right. So what's on the screen is the 7th level team. That is the 7th level team. So you've hired somebody to run the team. So your job is for 1 hour a week to hold the CEO accountable. That's all you do. And then you sit on the beach and do nothing. I don't know anyone that has a 7th level team that sits on the beach and does nothing. So just for the record, most of the people that are going to get to this level are pretty driven people. So they're going to be involved or have another gig or open another business, right? That's really the benefit of the 7th level team is it allows you to have multiple streams of income. That's what this industry is amazing for, right? Is multiple streams of income. Like, have you all seen like the career path sheet that they have for Keller Williams now? I mean, mega agent, team leader, OP, you get the idea. Coach, trainer, you know, you can make money 5 different ways in one industry, right?
Can I ask you, when you first, start getting successful to the point where, say, you needed a transaction coordinator?
Yeah.
Did you hire one for yourself, or did you use like?
Yeah. We're covered.
outsource?
I'm about to give you my rant, so it's coming. Don't worry. All right. So I have. Let me just jump to that rant real quick. If your mission is to build a 7th level team, then do not use a third-party TC. Period. The end. So it is said, so it is written.
Do not use a third party.
If your goal is to have what's on the screen, do not hire a third party. Like there's third party TC companies. do not hire them. Don't do it. You can hire them when you're truly a single agent, not when you need a TC. And there's a difference. I don't think any of you should do your own TC work. So if you're a baby agent, deal one, you should use a third-party TC. When you're doing 36 units a year and you're hiring an EA, you take that back and the EA does the transaction management work.
EA.
Yeah, so what's an EA?
Executive assistant.
Thank you.
Your first key hire, your admin, right?
Mhm.
Your first hire has to know the entire operation side of the business so that they can lead the whole operation side of the business. And they can also be the fill gap when people leave, quit, you fire them, whatever. You need somebody that knows how to do everything on the operation side. And that's your first hire. Make sense? All right. So let's jump in. Level one, it's all about you. You're mastering everything. Now, this is the level where you can use a third-party TC. And this is just, remember, this is just Jeff's opinion. This isn't gospel. You know, the model here is for you to do your own TC work, mind you. Gary Keller and the Red Book and everything that Gary Keller teaches is about you working to the point that you can't handle anymore. We all think, well, when I can afford to hire someone, I'll just do it because I can afford to. That's not the way Gary Keller teaches dominant players in this industry to grow their business. He teaches dominant players in this industry to do it all themselves until they can't do it themselves anymore. And there's a big difference. I'm saying, crap, if I sold one house, I don't want to do the TC work. But guess what? If I only had one paycheck, maybe I would be doing the TC work myself. You see the difference? All right, this is about where you're establishing your mindset and your vision. You're getting educated. You want to know where you want to take your business so that you can cast the vision for it. Guys on Zoom, when you have any thoughts or questions, just talk so I can hear you, because this is, this is a topic that usually there's a lot of interaction on, right? All right, so level two, this is your first hire. This is what I was talking about. This is when you learn how to be a business owner. The most important skill set for being a business owner is learning how to attract, hire, and hold accountable and keep talent. If you're outsourcing everything, how are you ever going to learn how to hire people? Make sense? So level two is when you hire that first lead admin potential candidate, and it's all about training them, holding them accountable, and making sure that they run a tight ship, because this person could be running your whole business one day. Your third hire is now an in-house transaction manager. So on the last slide, the admin did everything. This person does your transaction management work. They do your EA work, like your personal assistant work for the business. They're setting up your call list. They're doing your listing management. They're managing your database. I mean, this person is a true IT person. They must do everything. When I hired Amanda, who's still with me, I gave her 3 sheets of paper completely full of everything that could potentially be her job description. And she literally, like, half sarcastically looked at all of it and said, is there anything else? And I said, yes. And she's like, well, what do you mean? I said, if your husband's not going to kick my you-know-what, and I'm not going to go to jail over it, it's your job. It's all your job. Everything is your job. As long as your husband's not going to kick my butt and I'm not going to go to jail. That's what I said. And I literally, I was as thorough as you could possibly be. I literally had 3 full sheets outlining anything and everything that I thought she could potentially have the responsibility of. Because it's all about setting that expectation. If you tell somebody that it's their job to be the EA, but not transaction management because you use a third-party transaction management company, what happens if you decide not to use them anymore? The EA is going to be like, well, that's not what you hired me for. You already have a transaction manager. No, that first hire does everything. Everything.
Is that person licensed? Or no?
They should get licensed if they're not, licensed. I hired someone unlicensed And part of her first 90 days was to get licensed. So she was learning a new industry, doing all of my work and doing real estate school at night.
You're not very nice.
Well,
That's a lot.
Well, listen, was it anything I wouldn't do or haven't done?
Don't ever ask somebody to do what you want to do yourself.
Yeah. So that's why Gary Keller says that you do everything yourself until you can't anymore, because you got to lead from the front if you're going to run a big organization. You can't write a checkbook to the 7th level. It's not going to happen. You got to put the elbow grease in. You got to show that you've got the hustle and the heart so that the people that you attract into your business have the hustle and the heart and they're willing to follow you. Nobody's going to work harder than you on your own team. They might do more busy work than you, but they're never going to outwork you unless you show them the way. You could show them how to work at 110% for 2 years, and then you become an OP of another market center. Now you're half there, half here, but you're still working at 110%, but that's not all in your own team. That person's still going to work at 110%. Even though you're not putting the energy into the team, they will, because you're still leading at that level. That's why we just don't hire people when we can afford to. We hire people when we need to. So 3 hiring drivers: the leads, the people, the market, and then the hiring process. Nobody here should ever hire anybody unless you've done career visioning probably 2 or 3 times. Like if you're looking to hire, you should sign up for whatever the next career visioning is and do it immediately. And then do it again and again and again. Because the cost of a bad hire is so high. Like once you get into the level of like running a big team or a market center, do you know how much it would cost you to hire a bad sales manager or a bad team leader or a bad lead admin? Let's say you're a single agent and you've got a $200,000 a year GCI company, and you hire a lead admin that ruins half of your referral partners. Guess what you just lost? $100,000 a year forever, because you're not going to win those people back most likely. So that's a big expense, right? So in 2019, last year, I hired a sales manager in the beginning of February. I fired him on June 10th. He was with the organization for 4 months. Do you know how much damage he did in 4 months? A lot. I knew I had to fire him in April, 2 months in. And I didn't fire him because I'm like, oh, I can cover the gaps. Oh, I can do this. Oh, I can make up for that. Yet he wasn't fulfilling his job, right? And I kept him 2 months too long. And what did it cause? I had multiple people leave my team. The culture of the team was significantly damaged. You get the point, right? He probably, that hire, which is my fault, because guess what? Howard gave me a red flag. Howard was in the group interview. Howard told me not to hire him. Guess what? My transaction manager at the time, who's now the compliance director for our 3 market centers, who's in the group interview at the time, she told me same red flag Howard did. I still hired him. So whose fault is it? Is it mine or the sales manager's fault?
You're talking about Tanya.
Yeah.
She's great.
Yeah.
Anybody ever needs.
Yeah.
Just say, sidebar.
Well, my point is, I forgot, Tanya helps in this office too.
Yeah.
So Tanya was my transaction manager she started basically January 2nd, 2017. So Tanya was my transaction manager for over 3.5 years. So Tanya was in the group interview. Howard was in the group interview. They both gave me red flags and I still hired them. It's my fault, right?
What was the red flag?
Well, we don't have to get into that. That doesn't matter. The point is that other people saw the red flag. I moved forward with it anyways. And it cost me 4 good agents on my team and 1 good employee on my team. So if those 4 agents were combined, let's just say, let's just use a round number, 75 units a year, right? You know, they weren't the biggest producers on my team, but they were like good, solid, decent people, producers, etc. So 75 units at an average price point of average commission of $8,000 is how much? $600,000, right? So let's assume that we're on a 50-50 split, just for quick math, right? That's $300,000 in revenue to my business that I lost. I also lost a good employee. You get the point. That's what a bad hire can do. That's why we follow the career visioning process. And I do follow the career visioning process. I just hired him in spite of it. So that's even worse. All right. And then literally one of the coolest things that you can do is do a missing persons report where you literally write out exactly what you're looking for. Like Nikki will tell the story that she wrote out a missing persons report that literally like Howard embodies that report. She wanted an educator, right? As an example, she wanted this, she wanted that. Like literally, like if she pulls out her missing persons report and you like pull up Howard's resume and whatever, it's like a match because she attracted that into her world because she knew that's what she was looking for. So you can literally write it out. You know, who's done the bold exercises where you write out your goals and your dreams? Well, you do the same thing in hiring. Get really clear on what you're looking for. Is this conversation helpful?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So level 3 again is where this is where it gets funky for a lot of agents because guess who hires the transaction manager? The admin does. You don't. This is why it says practice or going too deep because we don't want to have an organization where it's you and then 15 people reporting to you. We want to practice going deep. A market center is a perfect example of that. Who does Howard hold accountable in this market center?
Me.
And then who holds whoever else accountable? Thank you. So how many people does Howard hold accountable?
1.
Now if there was an MCA and a team leader, he would quasi have 2, right?
Yeah.
So the old model was the team leader held the MCA accountable, and now they've kind of brought the MCA out into a direct accountability role, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So now in a market center, the OP holds the MCA and the team leader accountable. So it's 2 people. You have 2 people, not 7 people, because you know once the market center gets cranking, right, you've got an agent services, you've got a director of first impressions, you can have a productivity coach, you can have an assistant team leader. Once a market center gets to 6, 7, 8 employees, the OP is not meeting with all 6, 7, 8 people. They're meeting with 2 people. And it's the same thing on a team. You can't meet with everybody. So Amanda on my team was that person. So Amanda hired our second admin. I didn't hire them. I met them once. Like I was involved, but it was her process. I was just brought in like a group interview to meet the person, get a vibe from them, etc.
I'm assuming you have your lead admin also take that training?
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course. They have to do it. They have to know it as well or better than you. You have to be more thorough when you hire operations people than when you hire salespeople.
Maybe from a baby person here, quick question, transaction coordinator?
A transaction coordinator is somebody that does the vast majority of the work once you're under contract, communicating with the lender, the title company, the inspectors, giving the client, you know, an update on all the situations that happen once you're under contract.
So if you are just the sole agent, aren't you doing that all by yourself? Why do you need a transaction coordinator or sole agent?
The whole point of leverage is to get stuff off of your plate that is not dollar productive activities. When you are lead generating, let's assume you lead generate for 10 hours a week. And you get 1 closing a week because of that, right? Those 10 hours led to $6,000. So what's your dollar per hour rate if you lead gen for 10 hours and make $6,000? $600 an hour, right? Now we're also going to add in the appointment time, any negotiation time, blah, blah, blah. So let's round it up to 15 hours. So you had 10 hours to find the business, 5 hours to service the business. So you spent 15 hours to make $6,000. So it's $400 per hour is what you're worth, right? How much are you worth when you're licking envelopes? Well, no, definitely not zero. What's it worth though? What do you pay somebody, people,
If it's in
to
that-
lick envelopes and mail stuff?
$10 now.
$10 an hour, $12 an hour, right? Soon $15 an hour.
Yeah. In 4 years, it'll be $15.
Thank you, Florida, right? 50% in 4 years. That's a pretty good rate of return, right? So thank you to the voters of Florida. Soon we'll be paying people $15 an hour to lick envelopes. Yet, what's better, $15 an hour or $400 an hour? So should you be spending your time in the $400 per hour work or the $10, $12, $15 an hour work? That's why we hire somebody. So when you hire somebody, it's not to get it off your plate, it's to free you up to do more of the stuff that brings in real money. Did I explain that well enough?
Yeah.
All right, level 4. You now add a showing assistant and an ISA. Notice it doesn't say buyer's agent, it says showing agent. So you're still responsible for the conversion, buyer consultation, and negotiations of the buyer side of the business. Yet somebody has now taken the 80% of the time off of your plate, which is all of the showings. When you're working with a buyer, if you only do a buyer consult, set up their search, follow up with them, negotiate the offer, how much time does that take?
Few hours.
Perfect. So it's just like a listing now. So you just bought yourself back all of the time from showing the homes. And now you've got an ISA helping to convert all of the leads or doing outbound cold calling to also bring in business too. That's part 1 of level 4. Part 2 is that showing assistant now graduates and becomes the buyer specialist, and they actually hire their own showing assistants. So you now only have, you have one buyer's agent, but that one buyer's agent could do 75 deals a year with 2 showing assistants. And then that first ISA hired another ISA. So you're noticing a theme here. Your first 3 hires, you're not hiring entry-level talent. The first 3 people, you're hiring people that can lead the department. That's how you grow a business fast, is by hiring people that can grow it for you, with you. Make sense? All right, any questions on level 4? By the way, this is typically the most profitable part of the business as far as percentage-wise. You're doing all of the listings yourself, and on part 1, you're only paying a showing agent fee on the buyer side. So if you're paying that person 10, 15%, whatever that number is, you're keeping the vast majority of the buyer agent money, and you're keeping 100% of the listing agent money, other than any bonus you're giving the ISA for conversion. That's a fantastic place to be. If you love to work with clients and sell, that is one of the most amazing places you could possibly be. You can easily make 250, 300, 400,000 a year if that's well oiled right there, and you're only have 4 people that work for you. It's a lot of money, right? You can easily do 20 million a year right there. Easily.
I have a question.
I have a thought. Go ahead.
I'm in my car now, so I didn't know if you heard me. There was a really long pause. So I'm a new buyer's agent on a team. And what you're saying about the showing assistant, do you ever find that you lose a connection with a buyer if you're rerouting the showings to a showing assistant? That's a worry of mine. I have one available to me, but I feel like I would be missing on the connection with the buyer. What's your advice and thoughts on that?
Yeah. Well, it's the same conversation that the Rainmaker would have initially of just giving a buyer to you, right? Why does the Rainmaker not have the exact same thought you're having now?
Oh, I thought that was rhetorical. Just increase productivity level, you know, she is still very involved and oversees a lot, which I appreciate, especially being new. But
So once you
because
know
she
what you're
trusts me.
doing and you're at a higher level, couldn't you do the exact same thing with the showing assistant?
Yes, I see exactly what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, so think about this. The showing assistant sits in on the buyer consult with you. So it's not a pass off, it's just an expectations of, hey, I'm your agent and Jane is going to help us with showings. In fact, Christina, all Jane does is show property all day. So her availability is through the roof. So in this market, when a home comes on the market and you need to see it, Jane's going to be available to make sure you get in there and see it. Doesn't that make sense?
Yes, I see that. So you think
Christina, now that they show the house, let's say Jane goes and shows them 3 houses, and you know that the appointments, because they're on your calendar, Jane set appointments from 3 to 4:30. Guess who's calling the buyer at 5 o'clock to say, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, it's Christina over at Keller Williams Space Coast. I was curious, how did your 3 showings go today?
Okay, yes, I see. It's seamless. Okay, I can appreciate that. You think that the showing assistant should be present for the buyer consultation, or do you think it would still be beneficial to mention needs to be there?
I personally think they should just be there, right? To take the notes, like they should just be a fly on the wall, because while you're interacting with the buyer, they're picking up on their personality. They're listening to them on what their needs and wants are, because the showing assistant, if they're a skilled showing assistant, is going to be able to help close them at the houses by paying attention and being knowledgeable. We don't want to.
Got it.
There's a big difference between a door opener and a showing agent partner. You can find someone in the office that does no business and pay them $20 to open a door. They're not going to provide any value. If you have a showing assistant that's your business partner, that's their part of the business that they do with you, is they do the showings, they're going to want to know what the buyer's I can't say that word. Let's think of another word. They're going to want to know what the buyer's interests are, what their habits are, what their personality style is, so that they can close the people at the showings. And then guess who's going to be calling you after the showings? You're going to have the buyer and the showing assistant ringing in at the same time to let you know that the buyer loves that house, for you to reach out to them to write the offer. That's what a partner does. A door opener just opens the door.
Okay, so I should clarify. Okay, all right. I see the difference between the two now. Thank you.
You know, it's my pleasure, Christina. All right, any other questions on that? Awesome. Let's go to level 5. Level 5 is another just fantastic place to be.
You mind if I ask a question?
Yes.
So somebody who, yes, you do. Okay. All right. That's
No,
fine.
I'm teasing.
So let's say you have somebody who does, who's just barely into the business. You know, they, let's say in the past year, they closed 6 transactions. You know, pretty new agent.
Yeah.
How long would it take them, if they were dedicated, how long would it take them to get to level 4? Like if they have this model in front of them, they have people around them that support them. You know,
part 1?
Yeah, level 4, part 1. How long would it take them to get there?
1 year, maybe.
Okay.
Like
the reason that I asked that question is because I think that it's doable. You know, so like I think there are a lot of limiting beliefs, and I've talked to people on the phone about even this class, and they mentioned this part of the class is like, okay, that's something way off.
Yeah.
But
has anybody ever taken a training with Gene Rivers? I know there's some people on Zoom that have, especially the people from like our market centers. So so Gene Rivers teaches a 90-day hiring cycle. So you hire somebody once every 90 days, right? So that's only 4 hires. You can do it in a year. right? And in fact, you know, since you're not the one hiring the transaction manager, you can do it in 270 days. You hire a showing assistant, you hire an ISA, you can hire both of them at the same time, frankly, too. It's just about having the lead gen necessary for this. That's what people miss, is that agent that did 6 deals has to now figure out how to go from doing the lead generation for 6 deals for the lead generation for 36 deals. So they have to do 6 times as much business to support the foundation of what we're looking at. You know, that's the issue. The issue always comes down, is the rainmaker willing to put in the work on the lead gen front? And while they're putting in all of that work on the lead gen front, are they willing to do all the trainings and so forth to learn how to be also a business owner? It's a big difference. You can be a great salesperson, just a miserable business person, and vice versa. Yet people get into real estate for the flexibility, for the this, for the that, and then you have to forget all of that, and you've got to become a structured monster to build this. Tough transition. Mindset wise. How many people got into real estate because you're like, oh yeah, it's flexible, I can work when I want and make decent money, right? Who had that thought? A lot of you did at some point.
I can work when I want, but I knew it would be a lot of hours.
Sure. And in order to succeed at this sort of level, it has to be structured, and that's what realtors don't like, structure. Especially for those in the room that are like high I's, etc. It's a tough move. It's a complete mindset shift to go from sales to business.
Hey Jeff, how many deals were you doing before you decided that you needed to make your first hire? Like at one point did you decide, yeah, I need someone to take over all this so I can do more, make more money by spending more time doing
I hired a full-time assistant in 2014, and that year I did 34 transactions.
Then did that lead you to a bigger jump next year because it took all that time off your plate? Like what was your...
I did 85 transactions in 2015.
Wow.
I didn't tell you. Okay, I'll walk you through my growth, and I normally do that, I think, in the beginning of the class. I skipped it today. So in 2015, I did 85 transactions. That's when I hired Amanda Dahl. Her first day was March 26, 2015. It was, my brother was a very part-time agent on the team at that time. So it was really me, and then, you know, driving sales, obviously. I think my brother probably did 15 units that year. And then in August of that year, I hired Matt Bennett, who was my first, you know, like real full-time buyer's agent. You know, I didn't know this model back then. Keller Williams was not teaching to hire a showing agent model at that time. So I hired a buyer's agent. I hired Matt. So I hired an admin and then Matt, and my brother just kind of floating out there. And that year we did 85 transactions. By the very beginning of 2016, Amanda flipped what the model here shows. She kept transaction management, and we hired a listings manager / marketing assistant is really what that person was. So we hired our second assistant rapidly by the beginning of 2016. And then Amanda kept transactions until the very beginning of January when we hired Tanya. And the very beginning of 2017 is when we went to 3 operations staff for the first time. In 2016, we closed 126 transactions. And by the end of 2016, we obviously had Tanya coming on board. So it was 3 operations people, and we had 6 agents. So we were a team of 9 people rolling into 2017. 2017, we were just on fire to start the year. I was in my heyday of sales. My best month ever in sales is March of 2017. I sold 17 transactions personally. My team sold, I think, 25 or 26. So that was like our first like total breakout month of like here we are, you know what I mean? Which still makes me smile because I made a lot of money. I closed 17 deals that month myself. And it went straight to my head. So I also at that time, I'm like, well, I've got this team thing figured out. So what's my next opportunity? Because honestly, back then there were some bad influences inside of KW of like, what's next? What's next? What's next? Like almost too much of that versus like perfect what you have mentality. It was, I mean, I'd only been running a team for like not even a year and a half. And I'm already like, I'm ready for my next opportunity. What is it? Am I going to be a team leader, an OP? Am I going to be a MAPS coach? What am I going to do? What's my next thing? So I became a MAPS coach. I'm like, oh, well, I think it'd be cool to coach people. I think I should do that. So I literally in April flew to Austin to do the MAPS coaching thing. I also trained the presenter advanced, became a KWU trainer, started teaching all over the place. So literally all of being really 1 year into running a team, I now am diverting all of my energy away from my real estate team to coach, train, etc. Are you with me? Mm-hmm. So in the first half of 2017, we were pacing to sell over 200 homes. We ended up selling 175 in 2016 or 17 in 2017. And that's because I diverted my energy away. If I would have just cranked into the real estate team, I'd be a lot further ahead than I am now. So fast forward to 2018, we've now hired a few more people because at that time too, I went into the whole like, oh, I'll just hire a couple more agents to fix the issue. To replace me, I'll just hire a couple brand new agents. That will make up for it. So we roll into 2018 and all my energy is still going into coaching and training. And I wake up one day and it's like the end of April, beginning of May, and we're averaging 11 transactions a month. So we're looking at from the first half of 2017, we were averaging almost 20 units a month, right? To now we're down to 11 units a month. And I pick up my head, I'm like, what the heck am I doing? Like, I'm not making any money from my real estate team, like very little, right? So I resigned from MAPS immediately. And guess what? Guess what my average units was the back half of 2018? 19. Yeah, it snapped right back. I got back into production, started pushing it. So we closed 181 transactions in 2018. And then 2019 rolls in. And of course, we've got all that momentum. So guess who thinks they're going to have their breakout year, right? This guy. And then I go and hire that sales manager in February, I already told you about. Yet we still had a big growth year. We sold 234 properties versus 181 for 68 million versus 46 million. So my volume jumped 22 million. And my team was the worst it had ever been. The culture stunk. I had people jumping ship, right? Does this make sense? Mm-hmm. So more money's flowing in than I've ever seen before. And it was just miserable. It was just a tough year. So of course, January of this current year, guess how many transactions we closed? We closed 2 transactions January of this year. Is my worst month in 7 years or 6 years, whatever. You get the point. My nut for running my team, $60,000. We closed like 8,000 in GCI. They're like 2 little deals. I lost 55,000 in January. And I'm like, what? Should I even run a team? Like, this is so terrible. Like, what am I thinking? So then what do people like me do though? That we have a little bit of grit. Yes. Yep. I get things cranking again, right? It's March 12th. I look at my computer screen. I monitor my pending and closed file on almost a daily basis. And I'm patting myself on the back. I've turned the ship. The team's cranking again. We've got 21 deals pending for April, and it's March 12th. My team's putting 6, 7, 8 under contract every single week. And then what happened that week?
COVID.
Yeah, like COVID for real, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like shut everything down, 2 weeks, go home, no one's working. We end up closing. I thought we were pacing to sell 35 homes in April. We closed 17 in April. So who's a little bit distraught come the end of March and April? Because I already went through last year where I questioned, why am I even doing this, right? What's the point? I'm pretty good at selling. I could just go sell and make hundreds of thousands of dollars and not deal with this, right? That's what I'm thinking. Then I'm getting cranking again for literally like 2 months. February and the first half of March, I got the team cranking. Then COVID happens. Literally, I was the worst leader of an organization I think that I've ever seen in the back half of March, April, and May. 2.5 months this year, I was pathetic. Really bad. I mean, I was not a good leader. I wasn't helpful. I wasn't doing I was barely lead generating. I was barely talking to the agents as far as accountability. And then finally, you get out, you realize who you are, you look in the mirror, if this is really what your why is and you're building something special, because there's a reason why I'm doing this. I can go make 300,000 or 400,000 a year and sell, no problem. I'm doing this because there's a reason. I am so passionate about the financial security of the people around me. That's why I preach the rental properties all the time, because I know that the average realtor doesn't save any money or invest in an IRA. So I know if we can just find one good deal and buy it, like you guys will have money when you retire. So my mission is to have a place where people can make a lot of money. The average agent on my team probably makes twice as much money being on my team as they would being a single agent. So who would I be to take that away from them? I should give that opportunity to more people, right? Not less people. So when you snap out of it, of course, then, you know, I do my thing and I get the team cranking again. And now December, we're having our greatest month ever. And we're going to take that energy into next year and have another breakout year in 2021. So I share this stuff not to like, certainly not brag, not lament. There's ups and downs. Like if you're going the team building route, like it's a business. There's ups and downs. And yet the fruit at the end of it, if you see it through, can be very good.
How many people on your team today?
18. Yeah, we've got the best team I've ever had. We've got the best operations staff we've ever had. I have the best agents I've ever had. My top agents have been with me a long time. They're loyal, they're great. Matt's still with me, that first buyer's agent hire, still with me. Amanda Dahl, my first real lead admin hire, still with me. My first real ISA hire, still with me, right? And that's how you grow an organization, is by hiring good people that you connect with, you provide value to, they provide value back, and you can grow together. And this month, I mean, I what did I say? I forget the numbers. I think we have 11 or 11.5 million pending in December. I've never cracked 10 million before. So this month we're going to close over 11 million, you know, assuming that there's no bad fallout. GCI, $350,000 for the team, right? It's a lot of money. My best month ever, GCI for my team's $236,000, which I think 236,000 is a lot of money, but guess what's a lot better than 236? 350. Yeah. Now you can do these numbers that I'm talking about and even more in this level 5. So in level 5, what you notice is that lead admin got promoted to director of operations, and she's hired a listings manager. So you have a transactions manager and a listings manager. And the ISA has hired another ISA. So they're now the lead manager. They got promoted to lead manager on the last slide. And now they have 2 people under them. So you've got 3 ISAs. You've got 3 operation staff. Now these 3 operation staff can have VA support, et cetera. You know, nobody's saying they don't have VAs, but those are the 3 key hires. And then you still got the 1 buyer's agent rocking out with 2 showing assistants, because that 1 buyer's agent can do 100, 120 transactions with 2 showing assistants. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So the difference between part 1 and part 2 is simple. Part 1, you're the listing agent. Part 2, you've hired a listings agent, listing specialist. So now you're leveraging yourself fully out of production, should you choose to be out of production. This is where the reason you waited till now to add listing agent support is because you've got 3 ISAs, you've got a fully built out operation staff, you've got repeat and referral business, you've got other lead gen levers. So you can now offer this listing agent listing appointments. So they're getting a great income for being a good listing agent, and you can control the split because you're already a machine pumping off listing appointments. That's why you don't give up listings until the business is this developed. Yeah. Make sense? Yep. Anyone on Zoom have a question? All right. So all level 6 is more of the same. Either that lead buyer specialist or listing agent became the director of sales, And then that director of sales is overseeing both the buyer's agent and the listing agent. And you've added an expansion agent, preferably in the ink dot method, which means you went somewhere outside of your coverage area because you're already getting overflow leads in that area.
Yeah.
Makes sense? So if you're in Cocoa Beach, maybe it's Orlando, right? I don't know. And then part 2, your expansion agent proves themselves and becomes the expansion director and opens up other locations. And then finally, you hire a CEO and they hold all the other key hires accountable and you hold them accountable. So that is the 7th level team. Thoughts, questions, comments?
I have a question. I see that you mentioned something about one of the listing agents on your team made double what she would have made if she was a single agent.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Yeah, so the average agent on my team versus being on their own will probably sell 3 times as many homes as they would by themselves.
Is that because you provide like leads?
Well, that's actually the least value a team can possibly provide is leads from a buyer agent perspective. The way an agent produces money is by having a system and a structure that supports them, right? Full admin support. Think about it this way. A single agent spends 80% of their time doing administrative work and 20% of their time doing sales-oriented work. If you're an agent on a good team, you spend 90% of your time in sales-oriented work and 10% of your time in administrative work. Do you make more money doing sales-oriented work or admin-oriented work?
Sales. So basically the team just provide the structure as far as the time-consuming stuff.
Well, a good team, it's much more complicated than that. I'm giving you high level, just base level stuff here. Of course, then there are leads. If you notice, there's now 4 ISAs converting appointments, right? So there's people converting appointments on a good team. There's also good lead flow, name recognition. Let me ask you a question. If you sold 6 houses last year and you go on an appointment and they ask you what your experience is and you say that you're a great agent and they say, well, how many houses did you sell? And you say 6. Do you have a better chance of that validating you and converting that appointment? Or if you say, I'm on the top Keller Williams team in the county, we sold 234 homes last year. We have the systems and models to help you achieve your goals. I'd love to apply for that job. Which sounds more powerful to you?
The one with the team.
Yeah, and I'm not here to convert all of you to joining teams. I'm just answering your question. And if you want to build a team, you need to know how to provide value and explain the value to the people that you're hiring. Let's be real clear for a second. This is not Jeff's opinion. This is just numbers don't lie. 87% of people that get their real estate license don't renew it. This is a very hard industry to break into. I have a brand new agent on my team in his first year and he has 5 deals pending right now. What's the odds that he would have that if he wasn't on my team?
87%.
Yeah, I mean, the chances, how many single agents do you know that have 5 transactions pending right now?
That's probably not necessarily good because you probably didn't hire one of those 87% too. You probably hired a go-getter.
Oh, I hire plenty of 87%ers and I turn them into good mid-level agents. That's actually how you build a real estate team is you have a couple superstars and then you have a bunch of mid-level agents. Yeah, no, he wouldn't sell 5 houses. There's 0 chance. 0. Not 1%, 0 chance. He wouldn't do it. Wouldn't happen. That's what a good real estate team. So if you want to build a big business, like you have to become that. You have to have the confidence that I'm telling you right now. Like, and when you join my organization, I know you're going to sell more real estate than if you were on your own. Period. The end. I've had agents on my team tell me that they've been on my team for 6 months and they talk to agents that have been in the business 2, 3, 4, 5 years and they know more than they do. Why do they know more than the agent that's been in the business 3 or 4 years?
That's someone good to learn from.
Someone good to learn from. And they're around 10 other agents right? They're around a seasoned operations staff that's the explanations, the things that they hear, it's an education on steroids, right? Now, we're talking about a good team. Most teams aren't that great. So you don't want to just join a team because you hear Jeff Born talk about how great teams are, because there's plenty of not great teams that aren't going to provide the value that I'm talking about too. So you really do have to analyze your situation, the team situation, and see if things are really good fits. And if you're one of the people in this room or on Zoom that's thinking big and you're going to be the rainmaker, you've got to be able to explain, show, and have the value that we're talking about. Otherwise, you're going to have a revolving door all the time. And guess how much fun that is? It's not fun, right? So if you're going to build this machine, do it the right way so it is a machine so that people don't want to leave. You should never have to lose somebody that you want to keep. If your mind's in the right place and you're growing an organization with big opportunity, then you get to keep the people you want to keep. And then the other people can leave. That's okay. But you should never lose somebody that you want to keep. So if you lose somebody you want to keep, that means you're not doing your job as the leader. You're not growing something big enough. You're not growing something that has the right culture. You're not growing something that's contagious that people want to be around. Make sense? All right. I don't know. You guys tell me. Apparently, there's all these brand new agents selling 5 houses a month. It's very fascinating to me. All right, page 6.11. 6.11, right? I've already discussed, I believe, all of these. And so let me just make sure we didn't miss anything. As you're hiring, make sure you are consulting your budget model to make sure you're staying in model. I believe you have 14% for hires, or 12%, 14%. Whatever it is, just make sure you're staying in, because you don't want to, 14.4%. So you don't want to hire just to hire because you can afford to. Remember that conversation. So you have to consult the budget. Cool? All right. And don't skip levels, by the way. That's why Gene Rivers, like I mentioned, he teaches that 90-day hiring process. You want to hire somebody and it be established. And another good thing to remember is called the 4-7-10 one. So what that is when you're building a business is that you're actually projecting your next year by April 1st. You want to know what your goal is for the following year. Makes sense? So that you can hire everybody that you need by 7/1 so that they can be through their 90 days and fully onboarded and up and running by 10/1, because when does the next year start? 10/1, right? Because 90 days behind in real estate. So when you get into the mode where you're building a big organization, remember the 4-7-10 one. Cool? All righty. All right, 6.13 just shows how an expansion model works. What you're doing is you're taking your hub, that's your lead gen system, your admin and team systems, and you're leveraging out to other agents in other areas. On page 6.15, what you're going to do is you're going to draw your current real estate team, and then you're going to rate yourself on those 1 through 9 items. And then on the next page, you're on 6.17, you're going to draw out what your pinnacle real estate team looks like. What is your team going to look like when you're at that someday goal? Like, what is the peak of your real estate career? 6.17. And then at the bottom, you're going to just jot down some notes of what you're going to do to make that a reality. So I'm going to give you guys 5 to 10 minutes, depending on what the sense is in the room, to do that. Any questions? All right, let's do it.
No, thank you. They're really good though.
Yeah.
I'll take it home and warm it up later.
Yeah. Good flavor.
I won't go back there with ice cream, but.
Jeff, I cannot hear you.
Oh, I know. Here I am. So there was a question about high eyes to get good at business. What that's about is time blocking and following the Keller Williams system. So like Keller Williams gives us all the tools to be a business owner. We have all the trackers, the 4 conversations. And frankly, you got to do it when your energy is high. So it's almost something that you want to do on a, like immediately following lead gen when your energy is still high, or on like 1 day a week, even before you lead generate, like go to the office early or in your own home office early and just crank it out when you're awake, you're focused, like get it done and out of the way. Like it's one of those things that you've got to establish that habit of doing it. Just like anything else you naturally don't want to do, right? Time block it, put it at a time and day that your energy is strong enough to make it happen. All right. How'd everyone do on Zoom? Anyone need help? Have any questions? All right. Who drew the most awesome org chart ever?
Mine's kind
Yeah, that's pretty cool. What's it look like? Yeah. Hey, if that's what you want.
Me and a transaction coordinator.
There you go.
I have one too.
I still have to, I'm still, since I'm new to Keller Williams, and I still have a lot of the limiting mindset stuff. I still have to wrap my head around this and give myself permission to let go.
Yeah.
I just, yeah, I mean, the more I learn this, the more I know I need to let go.
Let it go, let it go.
Yeah, I need, there's some stuff I need to let go of in order to get bigger and grow.
Yeah.
So.
We all do, right? And then do what we're good at.
So can I ask you a question about teams? What is your thought on these like mini teams that are just like a listing agent and a buyer's agent?
That's not a team.
And then they.
I think I answered my thoughts on it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
What's the question?
I just want to know like what you think about that model.
I don't know what model it is. It doesn't sound like a model.
Right.
You're just saying two people getting
So
together.
really, it's supposed to be like a listing agent, and first they need to get an admin, then a TC.
Well,
and
let's
then a showing assistant?
let's talk about this for a second. This is best practice model. So you don't have to be perfect, yet if you do this, you make a lot of money.
Right.
So, you have to ask yourself, like, do you want to just do something or do you want to do something really well?
Right. Because like the team I'm on is just basically a listing agent that wanted a buyer's agent.
Sure. Is there any
We
admin?
see a lot of that.
Is there any admin support?
We have a transaction coordinator.
Yeah. Or so the Rainmaker's value, I'm assuming, is leads. They have leads for buyers that they're giving you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, any relationship is a value-based relationship. It doesn't matter if it's a love-based relationship, a business-based relationship, a friendship-based relationship. Every relationship on the planet is the same. Somebody's providing value for something and someone's providing value for something else. As long as there's a value that you're viewing as a win-win, then there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
When I hear the word team, I think business. Team in my brain is synonymous for business. That's not a business. That's just a relationship that is a win-win for two people. Someone has buyer leads, somebody wants buyer leads.
Right.
Right. And it can develop into more. So we're here at business planning to think big, like you're a buyer's agent. My vision for a buyer's agent, you don't have to be a Rainmaker or go be a single agent, but hire a showing assistant, do 75 transactions. Like whatever we're doing, let's grow it and think big together and build a plan around it so that it's a real business with a budget, with goals, with models, etc. Right? That's the point of today.
Yeah. How does that look, hiring a showing assistant in like being in my position? Like,
well, that's a conversation you'd have to have with the Rainmaker,
yeah,
right?
but typically like following the model, they would be like just paid on a transaction basis,
Yep.
right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's definitely something that I think would give me way more time for lead gen.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's more than one way to skin a cat. Listen, what we're here to do is show you the model and the best model. And obviously 99.9% of us don't do it. Yet at least you know what it is and now you can make your own decision. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm not in model. Yet every time I teach this, I remember one thing that I can do a little bit differently or a little bit better in my team to make it better.
Yeah.
It's those little one degree course corrections that get us where we want to be.
You have a peer, what was it called? A peer
So one of the reasons that my business spiked from 2014 to 15 is I had a partner for accountability, and we both showed up to the market center training room to lead gen together every single day. And if I didn't feel like lead genning that day, because guess what? When you're still like a rising agent, if you will, like it hurts when a friend or a client or a customer buys without you or sells without you. You know, and one of the first things I learned from my MAPS coach when I first got a MAPS coach was recovery time. One of the most important things that nobody ever talks about is recovery time. How fast are you going to recover from disappointment? For most agents, it's a long time. If your really good friend buys a house without you, how long does it take you to get your mind right around lead genning?
A day or two.
That's actually really good. For most of the agents on Zoom and in person, the answer is probably a month.
Oh, wow.
It takes a long time. I mean, I'm talking to get your full mojo back. For most people, it's a very long time. And if you're only a day or two, that's upper echelon if that's true. So most very high producing people are probably a day or 6 hours. And then you get to people like Gary Keller and it's a nanosecond, right? But literally, if you look at people and how successful they are, you'll figure out recovery time real fast. People that are very successful don't go into the dumps because one person didn't buy a house with them. So for me back then, and I'm a very high energy, fiery person. And, you know, back then, if somebody didn't buy a house or listed the house without me, I didn't blow up my whole world or anything, but it affected me. And I did something every day. I still went in there and maybe I didn't pound the phone for 3 hours. Maybe I only made 10 phone calls. But guess what? In 2014, I would have made 0 phone calls that day. I would have called the next day. I was at like 1 full day of recovery time. Make sense? But because Jake was there, I went in anyways. And maybe I only called 5-10 people. I still did something. Go ahead.
Did you say you have an ISA on your team?
I have 2. Was there another question?
Nope, that was it.
Oh, okay. Yes, I do have 2 ISAs. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, questions, comments? Then let's just add in to our 411 that we're going to attend the leverage series. And you're going to analyze your economic, lead gen, and budget models every year to determine your investment and rate of return. And those of you that are building a team, you're going to register for career visioning. On page 6.12, you're going to write down what your 1 action item is from the chapter, and we're going to share 2 ahas. Who's got an aha for me? Is that good? Guys, we need 2 ahas. What did we learn from the organizational model?
Making the right hire is key.
Making the right hire is key. Absolutely. Great aha. What else?
Going too deep.
Going too deep. Yeah. You don't have a whiteboard.
Oh, yeah, I've got a whiteboard. I can pull that in.
You hire your first hire as an assistant, not a transaction coordinator.
No. Well.
Because that'll do both. but-
Yeah.
Tyler and I had that conversation with hiring. According to the book, you're supposed to hire an AE or EA,
Yeah.
assistant, whatever.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, I'm like,
Well, that person is a transaction coordinator.
Starts out as transaction
They're a
coordinator.
listings manager. They're a personal assistant. They're everything.
We have to hire someone with the aptitude to.
Yeah, well, remember, if you look, the reason why this team is so successful that we just walked through is because your first 3 key hires become the leader, right? What's the difference between, so this is Gary Keller, and this is an average real estate team. What's the difference between Gary Keller's on the right and whoever's on the left? What's the difference?
The left is probably a wheel, they're in the center and they go direct to everybody.
Yeah, well, these 5 report to Gary too. You're on the right track. What do you think the difference is?
The 5 below the 5 on the left report directly to the.
These are just people doing a job. These are true talent that, guess what? Right? So this person hired 5 people to do jobs. Gary Keller hired people that can do the job and grow. Right? They've got leadership qualities. And then he lets them lead, right? So that they have their own 5 people. And since they're leaders, they hire people with leadership aptitude who have 5 people. And that's how you get to 185,000 people real fast. Right? I mean, Keller Williams is one of the fastest growing companies ever, period. Any industry. How many companies have 185,000 associates? Boeing. Boeing has 3 million via its all of its affiliates and supply chain, etc. It's the only one that just popped in my head. So Boeing has a lot of freaking people. But really, how many companies even have 185,000 associates? Keller Williams, remember, is still only what? 30 something years old. 34, 33, whatever it is. That's how you grow a company really fast, is you hire people that can do the job and are leaders themselves.
Because you know what, if you don't, it's chaos.
Yeah, well, that's what most real estate teams are.
If you can't rely on those
the average,
5 to take care of the rest, then
this is really what the average real estate team looks like. And pardon my French, because I don't mean to be derogatory towards the people doing the jobs. It's more derogatory towards the rainmaker. This is called the genius and 1,000 idiots model. Because the rainmaker makes it that way. They make it that they're needed. They're involved in everything. They're micromanaging everything. These are the people that can't let go of anything. So they hire what I like to call task doers who can do their job, but the rainmaker feels all validated and awesome because they're involved in everything. Does that make sense? Versus at least hiring people and you just hold them accountable weekly and let them do their job. That's at least a better model than this. This is what most real estate teams are, though. It's like one person has to be the superstar and they've got their band of whatever. I'm going to stop saying derogatory names and get myself in trouble. But you have to understand, I'm not really saying that these people are the misfits. This person's the misfit. They're setting up a culture of themselves being needed and being involved in everything. It's them that's setting it up that way. It's not even the staff or the agent's fault. It's their fault.
they want to be the only leader.
They want to be the one, right? It's all about me, blah, blah, blah. So then at least decent real estate teams, you know, like mine are more like this at least, where I don't necessarily have what Gary Keller has, obviously, but at least I let people do their job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you hold them accountable. All right, one more aha.
In a level 4 organizational model, that's one of the most profitable places that an agent can be when they still want to be in the business.
Absolutely. You're still the buyer's agent, you're still the listing agent, yet you have support everywhere. So you're a highly supported, highly productive agent. All right, write down what your one action item is, and then let's tie it all together. So what your homework's going to be is to finalize your 411. In fact, we have tons of time right now, so you guys can do it right now. So we'll probably just do that. So let's do that. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to finalize your 411, or at least start the foundation. So you're bringing down all your yearly goals. to monthly and then weekly. What activities do we need to do in order to cause those actions to happen? Is that cool? You guys want 5 minutes on your 411?
Sure.
Awesome, let's do it. Oh. See, I told you we'd blow through that budget real fast.
Jeff, I've got a question for you if you're still in the room.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jeff. Do you have a date for the next time you're holding another business plan clinic?
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday? Perfect. Thank you.
If you message me, I can get you the Zoom.
I will.
Last one of the year for me.
The two that are back there, yeah. That's, yeah.
All right, so the back of your materials, you've got a fresh 411. So you can go through process today and then affirm what your 411 should look like for 2021. We've got a fresh economic model for you. In fact, a couple of them, so that you guys can reaffirm your business plan, your economic model. It's all right here all over again so that you guys can really process it and set it in stone and then live it, right? That's the thing, is anyone in here is capable of hitting the goal that they set. You just have to live it. Cool. So we're done with the class. So what we can do is we can have a mastermind session. If anyone has any questions, I mean, literally we can talk about anything. We also can do our course evaluation. So the way we do that is we go to Kelly and we put evaluation in, right? So we can do this together right now. So you do evaluation. And then what this is this is a market center class. So market center, and it's called Business Planning Clinic. My name is Jeffrey Borum, so I'm the instructor. That's the instructor. And then you're hopefully going to rate me a 5 out of 5. If for some reason I'm not a 5 out of 5, let me know. Don't do the review, just let me know. And then you're going to rate the course 1 out of 10. Of course, I hope you also rate the course a 10. I think it's a fantastic course to set you up for success. And then you're going to rate the course also a 10 for your likelihood to recommend it to a friend for next time.
And can you walk us through how to do that on Kelly, Jeff?
Kelly.
Yeah, so if you go to Kelly, just type in the word evaluation.
There's actually a link. It's kwueval.com.
That would be the website. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
So let's do it that way. I was attempting to get you guys to use Kelly.
My Kelly work.
I appreciate
Oh,
it.
sorry, Jeff.
Me too.
So Kelly works if you just type in evaluation, or you can go to this website, kwueval.com. You're going to select Market Center, Business Planning Clinic.
Oh, it says KW, you've got a KWRI in person and virtual.
There you go.
No, that's an update since last time I taught. Just pick one. That doesn't matter. How far away is Merritt Island?
15 minutes.
That was close.
So you said pick Market Center?
Market Center, yep. And then you're gonna pick Business Planning Clinic. Then you're gonna select me as the instructor. It's alphabetical on last name. So my last name is Borum, Borham. It's alphabetical on first names now. It's alphabetical by first names. Jeffrey, Jeffrey.
All sorts of
Got you as
changes.
Jeff Borum.
It's just Jeff in there now.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff. You know, what can you do?
Unless there's another one.
No, there used to be a Bonham, Bonham, and I'm Borham, so that was fun. He left luckily, so.
So we put Tyler as the co-instructor for all the tech work. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Thank you, Tyler. It'll be like, the people at KW, you will be like, who the heck is Tyler? Somebody's got to do it. Thank you all for doing the evaluation. And I'm happy to do open mic, mastermind, anything from today if you guys want. Or I'm happy to let you go. It's really up to you. Does anyone have any questions or anything they want to talk about from today?
So kind of off topic, an amazing presentation today, man. You really did.
Thank you.
It was literally inspiring. For a new guy like me, I think it's like really cemented my belief in the opportunity in the real estate business. So I know sometimes the feedback is hard over Zoom, but I'm definitely feeling everything you're doing over here, man.
Good, good. Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Yes, but a question, I know you went over so much material. I'm sure there's got to be a few agents like me who've literally been with the company for like a week. So maybe a bad question or just broad advice, but what advice would you give a guy who's been in the industry for literally a week? Maybe what would you say to yourself if you could go back and talk to Jeff after a week of being in the real estate business?
Yeah, I think it's really just about truly being 100% in. So what I mean by that is
you don't have to bend over. I can hear you just fine when you stand up straight.
No, I want to see you too. So
okay, sorry.
So it's about being 100% in, and being 100% in means being a student of the game, means always being education based, meaning, hey, excuse me, guys, if you guys want to talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
If being 100% in, it's coming to classes like this, it's shadowing experienced agents, it's going onto Facebook groups and reading and educating yourself. It's literally calling your whole database. It's literally just eat and breathe it. And when you jump into something in the deep end, right, you're gonna blow through your expectations because you're a sponge right now, right? So if you can do everything right from the beginning and not establish those bad habits, you're setting yourself up for massive success. Jump in the deep end. I mean, that's really what it's about.
That's great advice. Thank you for that.
Anybody else?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
For myself, I'm very new. I joined the team, not team, but the group, Keller Williams, maybe a month ago. And I'm doing it part-time. So if you were in my position, how do you think I should go about in transitioning, hopefully towards full-time?
Well, I would need to know personal information. Obviously, you've got to have a cushion set up, for money, so that you feel comfortable, and understand at the same time that you don't have to work full-time in real estate to make full-time money. It's about dedicated time for lead generation. If you have 1 hour a day that you truly lead gen every single day for 1 hour, that's only 5 hours a week, but that 5 hours is going to lead to real money in 3-6 months. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's about being dedicated. Just get lead generation in every single day, whatever that time allotment is. If you're in real estate, you have to be in real estate. You can't get a real estate license and then say you're a part-time agent and not do anything. And I know you're not because you're here, right? So if you're a part-time agent who truly is just a part-time agent, meaning that you're in the business, the amount of time that you're allowed to be in the business, as long as you kick butt for the time that you're in, you're going to do great.
Got it. Thank you so much for that.
You got it. Anybody else?
Yeah, Jeff, I have a question.
Yeah.
So I'm newer as well, and I do lead gen every single day. Trying to build my schedule to get it so I'm doing a specific task every single day. But after doing my lead gen, what would you say the next most important thing I should be spending my time doing? What would you suggest for a newer agent to start doing? If I don't have a lot of buyers to go show houses to, I lead gen for 2 to 3 hours, and after that, I'm just kind of floating with what I'm doing. So what would you suggest would be the best use of my time after the lead gen?
Yeah, script practice and then more lead gen. You got to know what to say, so you should be practicing more and then talk to more people.
Yeah.
I can
give
talk
you
to you
that.
offline. If you shoot me a Facebook message, I'll talk to you for 5 minutes next week if you want. We can talk about where you can lead gen, how you can lead gen. Like I can help you. I mean, there's always more people to talk to. I mean, if you don't have enough customers right now, then you need to talk to more people. It's pretty simple.
Gotcha.
Anybody else?
Do you personally have any like YouTube videos on lead genning already? Or how you lead gen or anything like that?
If you go to Jeff Borum, the entrepreneur page, I definitely have some agent tip-ish videos that you can look at on my entrepreneur page, Jeff Borum.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, I had a quick question for you. As a lot of people are mentioning being new agents, kind of just starting to get into the business, are there any other trainings that you would recommend? Obviously, we're attending this one because we want to start getting some information and get an idea of how to project our profit, how to project growing our business. Are there other things by other Keller Williams agents that we can also get some of their information, pick their brain a little bit, and absorb some of their trainings?
Well, yeah. And I mean, with KW Connect, you can go into KW Connect in the Keller Williams system and bring up any topic that you want and listen to the best agents in the country at any time. So Keller Williams has all the education that you need. I don't know if any of you have ever played with KW Connect yet. If you do, I mean, you can find endless educational resources on any topic you want. So for you, really what I hope this class did for you is maybe give you some clarity on where your focus should be, right? Is it database? Is it prospecting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it door knocking? And then whatever your focus is, go now learn from the people that are really good at that genre, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. And as far as we just had a class yesterday with Kevin, kind of getting us into motion with a lot of our businesses, understanding of command, things like that. One thing that we learned and that you mentioned was the 36 touch. Are there any other drip campaigns or things that you found when you were first starting that once you were acquiring new customers that new customers that you used, that you saw results to be able to grow your business and start getting more referrals and things like that? Or is it just literally lead gen, keep following up with these people and then just keep building that way?
Well, the best follow-up drips aren't for customers, they're for referral partners, right? It's
Okay.
being thorough and professional with the people that you add to your network, you know, and thorough and professional for the leads, because we're literally doing two things at once, right? Think about it. We're like a train track. We need now business and we need to develop referral partners for life. So you're doing two different things at once, especially when you're brand new, right? So you need to be looking for now business because you need a paycheck, and you need to also be developing those referral partnerships for life.
Right.
And something that I do when I network with people is I do what a lot of follow-up. I'm going to send them a handwritten card. I'm going to send them an email. I'm going to text them my contact info. You know, you want to follow up with people that you meet with professionally 3 or 4 times in the first week.
Okay, 3 or 4 times. Okay.
You want to be very thorough. Email, text, handwritten card.
Would you say that there was
and really the same thing for a lead, except, you know, you probably don't know where they live, so you're not going to send them a handwritten card unless it's a listing lead. Yet, if you get a buyer lead, a listing lead, I mean, you should send them an email thanking them for the opportunity. You look forward to seeing how you can help them. You're sending them a text. Here's my contact card. Here's my business card. Whatever you do with your text message, always be very thorough and very professional.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a couple of people, especially one of my friends that's trying to move back into Florida, and she said to me, me and my husband, we're real estate junkies ourselves. After I told her my news of getting my license and everything, and she said, we're real estate junkies ourselves. We like to find our own homes, and because they're from here, they know the area. I would like to reach out to her and say, well, I think you should go with me instead. How can I get through these thick-headed?
Ask questions, right? So that's fantastic that you like to look at houses. Let me ask you a question. What value do you think you receive by not using a buyer's agent? Let's find out what the objection is. What's the objection? Well, if I go to the listing agent, I'll probably get a better discount. Oh, well, tell me more about that. How much of a discount do you think you're going to get by going to the listing agent? That's why they think if they go to the listing agent directly, the listing agent takes 1% less on their commission and they're going to save money.
Right.
That's
So
what
they don't, so they don't pay anything to the buyer agent at all.
No. Follow what I'm saying. The reason why people tell you what those people told you is because they think if they go to the listing agent directly, the listing agent will take less commission because they're getting both sides of the deal so that they could, in theory, get part of that savings. That's why people go directly to the listing agent. Yet we can't tell them that we know that's why. We have to ask them the questions for them to say it. So the way you break through people is asking them questions. You have to get them to let you know what the real objection is. Oh, I so appreciate that you like to look at houses on your own. That's fantastic. And listen, it's 2020. There's lots of resources out there. I guess I am curious as well, though, what value do you think you receive by going directly to the listing agent versus also having an agent representing you? And see what they say. If they say what I think they're going to say, which is, well, the listing agent's probably going to cut the commission. Well, listen, then you at least you know what you're dealing with, and then you potentially have options. You know, what price point are they? Are they $1 million buyer? And you're like, well, crap, I'll credit you 0.5%, the same as you think you're going to get from the listing agent. And this way you're getting the same deal you think you're getting, and I'm going to work for you and provide value. That's a win-win. Do you think we can have a cup of coffee and discuss that further? You know, there's always a workaround. You know, because that's the only reason somebody would go straight to the listing agent is they think they're going to get a better deal, period, the end. And you have a choice. You can either show them value so that they feel that it's worth it, because you literally get them to realize, what's the listing agent going to cut? Maybe 1%. So what's 1% of a $300,000 house? $3,000. And what makes you think you're getting all $3,000? What, you and the listing agent thinks they're keeping the $3,000.
Yeah.
So who's really saving any money? And if we're talking about $1,000 or $1,500, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, my negotiating skills are going to make you more than $1,500.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm so confident that I'm going to be worth $1,500 to you that at the end of the transaction, if you don't think I earned my commission, I'll give you the $1,500. That's what I would do. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that's really strong.
You know, sometimes you just rock it out.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, anyone else? All right, I'm going to drive home then. Thank you all for being here. And thank you, Tyler. You're a fantastic host. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
God bless
Thanks,
you all.
I think that we all agree that this.
Where would we be able to find the Zoom link to the next training if it's made available to us?
Email me at jeff@jeffborm.com and I will share it with anyone that emails me.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
You got it. Take care.
Drive safe.
You want me to end this?